Okay, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich freue mich, Sie zu der Debatte unter dem Titel Europe on the Move, Erinnerung an die Migration zum 100. Jahrestag des Vertrags von Lausanne begrüßen zu dürfen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy that I can welcome you to the debate on the future of Europe, and I am from the European Labor Unions Solidarity, and I will represent the German Institute in Warsaw. This is a great joy to us to run this debate in these beautiful surroundings in Bremerhaven. That is why I have the honor to welcome the scientific employee of this house, Mr. Christoph Bonker and Simone Blaschke. And I also would like to ask you to say some welcoming words in the beginning.
Ja, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren,
ladies and gentlemen,
Professor Rass, liebe Panelists,
dear Professor Rass, dear panel members, all those present here or those away on the road, dear members of the European Movement of European Solidarity, in the name of the European Migration House, I'd like to welcome Mr. Blaschke, and I am happy that I can welcome you here in Bremerhaven or online. I'm very happy that this event takes place, and I would also like to thank for that the European House of the History. It seems very good that this takes place here, because this is the remembrance place of the Polish and European migration in the 20th century abroad. More than 7.5 million people have left Europe from this place. On the other hand, Bremerhaven is also the city that is very much influenced by the migration. The history of this place is the history of immigration. You can say that going away and staying is more important than in other places. This is the place where many people have left the place, and they have a lot of remembrance from the childhood about that very often, and they had to go away against their will. There are a lot of histories, individual histories, and we're trying to talk about them since the opening of this museum today. The museum is the place where we are talking about the history of this place, and this has to be also shown here and understood. That is why we are very happy that this museum can be the place to discuss about those without whom whose scientific influence this place would not be possible to open. That is why I'd like to welcome you. That is why I wish you all the best, and I wish you a very nice debate and a lot of energy to dispute. As next, I'd like to ask Mr. Jan Riedel, who is the leader who's landed in Munich and who's going to connect to us online, and who works on the Pedagogical University in Krakow, and he's the Polish coordinator of the European Network of the Remembrance and Solidarity, and he's also responsible for the usage of the network. Thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me. So, dear Dr. Bonker, dear Dr. Olszewski, and dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy that despite the adventures caused by the weather, I can participate to the debate Europe on the Move in the name of the European Network of Remembrance and Solidarity. This network, our network, the Remembrance and Solidarity is an international institution, and the members of these institutions are the states. And German, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary are the members. Except for that, other nations are participating in the activities of this network. They are the so-called observer states like Albania, Latvia, Lithuania, Austria, Czechia, and Georgia. And the secretary of the network is located in Warsaw. Our secretary office has a very capable team consisting of about 30 people. The tasks of the network since 2010 are the history of the 20th century, and it is about initiating and supporting the international, open, sincere, and compassionate dialogue regarding the trauma-prone newest history. These events have very often still big impact today. The network is both the network and the states and the ministries who have created this network want to influence the historical controversies, and they want to alleviate or work against international conflicts. The topic of this debate is to talk about what are the most important
der langfristigen internationalen Konflikte. Daher interessieren die Zwangsmigrationen
and the migration. Our network is trying to analyze that. Let me finalize this short introduction by saying
Deutschen Auswandererhaus und dem Bundesinstitut für Kultur und Geschichte.
I wanted to also welcome you in the name of our house and the European Institute of History of Central and Eastern Europe, and I'd like to thank this institution for the organization of this debate. I would also like to thank to my colleagues and the employees or the colleagues working for this network, like Gloria Machnowska, Juliana Imska, who been yesterday to Munich, but as I couldn't, they also couldn't get to Bremenhaven because it proved to be impossible, and Dr. Bartosz Ziewanowski-Stefańczuk for the very substantial and thorough preparation of this meeting. I wish all of you who are, so to say, spread across the Central Europe to have a very well and very successful debate. We also thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to welcome Dr. Burkhard Morczowski, who is the scientific advisor of the Institute for the European Institute from Oldenburg. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to welcome you very warmly in Bremerhaven. We are almost in the neighborhood here from the Institute of, we are from the Oldenburg, and I wanted to tell you a bit about this place. This is a scientific institute that is subsidized by the Institute of Culture, the Ministry of Culture, and by Claudia Roth. In this house, we are running our own research on the Central and Eastern Europe. And it's not about history, but it's also about cultural history, philology, and other topics. And we are cooperating with the university in Oldenburg. Since the Russian attack on Ukraine, we try to protect the cultural heritage of Ukraine, and the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is supporting that, because we want to protect the cultural institutions and libraries. And I don't have to tell you that this war is also directed against those institutions, and the Russian state wants to weaken or simply completely erase the Ukrainian culture. I also like to thank you in short, because you have mentioned all the most important participants, but today we'll have a few lectures and few main panels, and it is very important to have the colleagues from this network, and I especially like to thank Julia Machnowska for that, because she He's most responsible for that, and I'd like to personally thank her. Now, few thoughts on that, because during the next hours, we'll be dealing with migration and with the 20th century. So, a few thoughts on that. The modern nationalism of the 20th century has led to an unprecedented growth in the migration waves. The wars, the First and the Second World War, were responsible for that in a big part, because people based on the ethnicity or nationality had to leave the countries. The national policy of the national states had been following the very inhumane logic, and it lasted until the end of 20th century. It was not very good, but it was legitimated by the national will to stabilize the states. But in the time between the wars, we've been already observing a lot of movements, immigration, and this was also applied for a very for disputed regions, and it has mostly influenced some minorities. And after the Treaty of Lausanne, and this is what this event is about, since 1921, whole nations were reorganizing on a national basis, and they wanted to get rid of minorities or transfer them. Despite the destiny of the migrants, Lausanne was a treaty that's supposed to solve these problems. And first, France was trying to solve the problem of migration, and then the Germany that has used genocidal methods, and this meant that the existence of external national states meant that we had a lot of migrants in Europe in the early 20th century. and a lot of Jews that have to run away from the migration. Now, today, it's Afghanis or many inhabitants of Africa who had to get to Europe. There is no. The migration policy had another dimension. It has caused a lot of differences in privileges between different members of the nation, and it has led to the bad treatment of Palestinians and other smaller nations. This means that this help for those nations has been very limited. And it also means that the the nations receiving the migrants had to change their way of treating them. Through the unification program, especially starting from the 89, and hope appeared that there won't be any war in Europe and that there will not be any mass migration movements, but the crisis has started from the Yugoslavian war or wars and the Russian Crimea annexation in 2015. But then since the February 2021, we have to see that this was an illusion. This war has also a history, a very long history. In the we were trying to make the Ukrainian independent and freedom from the Bolshevism. The extreme violence that was introduced in Europe that has resulted in the migration of millions is also a threat to our democratic way of life that has been under attack. We have to see whether we're going to be tough enough to face the many attrition wars that are happening around us, because we also can see a lot of parallel crises in the West and Ost. And this is also related to many colonial wars. Let me tell you in the end that we can see the migrants as a weapon in Belarus and Russia, and also on the eastern border of Poland, as well on the eastern border of Finland. And in here we can see, we can feel how our societies are influenced by those two wars, as well as by the migration crisis. And we seem to be overstretched through those crises. The answer to that could be a democratic resilience, a systematic long-term integration of migrants, and also a well-understood and leveled down giving up on the welfare to be able to face those challenges. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very fruitful and very interesting discussions during those panels. Ladies and gentlemen, because most of the debate will be run in English, I'd like to change into English. It all will be interpreted into English.
1918-1923, which was created by the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity and has been shown in over 20 European cities since its first presentation in 2018. Here you can see the 2019 presentation in Berlin. It tells the story of how the new order was created in East Central Europe in the aftermath of the First World War. The main goal of the project is to illustrate the scale of political changes and show its impact on current politics, as well as to present different national memories. It is important because the experience of East Central Europe was very different from the Western one. So we spoke about wars, economic and social consequences of the Great War, about changes in arts and everyday life, about various cultures of memory in the 20s and 30s, about propaganda of the newly established authorities, as well as about reasons why this new Versailles system broke down. Should you be interested in it, you can see the catalog of the exhibition either on our webpage, or you can find it also here, the English version. Part of the exhibition was devoted to peace treaties, and here we come to the debate. The year 2023 marks the centenary of the Treaty of Lausanne, which ended the Greco-Turkish War, and by amending the Treaty of Sèvres, it was the ultimate peace treaty ending the First World War. In his recent book, J. Winter, a leading world expert on the First World War, wrote that while Lausanne formally ended the suffering of the war between Greece and Turkey, and thus it saved thousands of lives, it also carries a negative legacy. It erased the Armenian state created by the treaty in Sèvres. It undermined the League of Nations, especially its minority rights policy, and it prepared the ground for the compulsory population exchange. In other words, massive expulsions were legalized back in 1923. Therefore, as Bruce Clark stated, we are all Lausanne's children. And indeed, since the world has seen numerous expulsions since then, when we were planning the debate, there was the refugee crisis going on. When we were organizing it, the dramatic full-scale war in Ukraine broke out, and we are holding it during the war in Gaza, Palestine. Therefore, taking into account the content of the exhibition and the fact that migrations are one of the most important processes in the history of the 20th century, we decided to focus on this issue, on migration. We are happy that the debate is located here at the German Immigration Center in Bremerhaven, itself both a historical and memory site of European migration. Let me introduce the keynote speaker now. Professor Christoph Ras studied modern history, economic and social history, as well as information science, and graduated from Saarbrücken University. He completed his doctorate as well as habilitation at the Faculty of Economics at Aachen University before joining the historical department at the Institute for Migration Research and Intercultural Studies at the University of Osnabrück, where he is full professor of modern history and historical migration studies since 2015. He specializes in social history, migration studies, organized violence, and social history of institutions. Professor Ras, the floor is yours.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, and that's it for the German part of the lecture. Thank you for the kind invitation to help start this conference and set the tone for today's debate. I'm a historian by training and trade, and could easily spend the 40 or so minutes, and I will talk for 45 minutes sharp, 45 minutes or so allotted to me by presenting a narrative of past migration movements to, from, and within Europe, but I will not, at least not from the beginning. Migration studies, including the historical branch, have been rapidly changing in recent years, as more and more of us embrace the reflexive turn, a movement that critically asks how the meaning of migration is constructed by policymaking, in media discourses, through norms and institutions and their practices, and not least by academic migration research. And I think the ENRS network, with its task to renegotiate how we translate the past into history and memory, and the reflexive turn in migration studies are actually a perfect match for today. Taking that notion seriously requires questioning the terms, concepts, definitions, and discursive practices that constitute the meaning of migration, deconstructing currently dominant narratives and their power structures, questioning the path dependencies of their reproduction, and renegotiating how we became who we are today as migration societies. Today's debate pivots from the Treaty of Lausanne and its centenary. This international treaty can be read, we've just heard it, as creating modern Turkey, ending the Great War, or establishing one of the more infamous tools of interwar international migration policies, the population exchange. It took up a practice that had emerged shortly before the First World War, multiplied it by the idea of an unmixing of people, and turned state-regulated but forced resettlement into an institution in the toolbox of the guiding principles of a new post-war world order, a world order meant to create everlasting peace. The realities of diverse populations were supposed to be solved by creating seemingly perfect nation-states, sovereign territories with ethnically homogeneous populations. Smart move. Today, I will not elaborate on the various close readings of the Treaty of Lausanne presented by nation-states and their historians, politicians, the media, or scholars of different academic disciplines across time and space. However, the historical anchor point of this event today sets the stage perfectly for my talk, a reflection of the framing constructs that largely determine how we create migration histories and forge migration policies and migration regimes, or in other words, how and who we are as migration societies. Homo sapiens, as we all seem to know, is a species in motion. From the settlement of the inhabitable surface of planet Earth and the transition from nomadic lives of hunter-gatherers to more static civilizations in prehistoric times, to the gravitation of populations into proto-urban centers, from migrations of ethnic groups uprooted by disaster, violence, or famine, to expansionist projects of conquest, from the search for a more peaceful or prosperous life to violence-induced displacement. This observation is true, even though most people by now lead a sedentary life. And even among those on the move, only a fraction is perceived and thus counted as migrants in different categories of migration. In 2021, about 3.6% of humans were counted within current definitions of migration, but 96.4% were not. We could, however, argue that the lives of most people across the globe are touched directly or indirectly by various forms of mobility and their repercussions. In fact, that we capture certain movements by concepts like migration, but not other phenomena involving human mobility, indicates that migration actually has a dichotomous character as a social process and as a social construct. That is to say, mobility and migration characterize our global civilization on two levels: through actual social processes and through the ways these processes are constructed and perceived and given meaning to. The production of what migration means determines, at least in part, the meaning of being sedentary or mobile, of belonging or being alien, of being included or being excluded, of having rights or not, and of the relevance of one's identity. In that respect, migration truly is a constitutive part of the human condition, as Klaus-Jürgen Bade famously wrote in 2007. If we adopt this constructivist perspective, reflection is required on, for example, how different forms of spatial mobility are or were perceived and described by contemporaries, and also by retrospective analysis and narrationist projects, ex post constructs about migration that are projected onto the past when we translate it into the history we write today. In earlier days, movements across cultural boundaries of collectives ruled by different lords or between territorialized spaces may have been regarded as a disruptive phenomena. But contemporaries would not have grasped them with concepts resembling our current notions of migration. Today, scholars, politicians, bureaucrats, or the public name such phenomena migration, others not, and such classifications are subject to constant change. So are the ways that migration histories become part of our memory and identity, another process that undergoes continuous renegotiation as historiographic path dependencies evolve and are being challenged by disruptive narrative projects and interventions, like, for instance, post-colonial perspectives. Neither the movement of Roman settlers or soldiers across the empire, nor the movement of Europeans across the globe in the mercantile era would have occurred to be migrations as we define them today to any contemporary observer or actor. What was labeled a population exchange in 1923 figured as resettlement a bit later, and is today probably studied as a case of forced migration or violence-induced mobility. What is called migration and what not determines how human movements become visible. For instance, through practices making certain forms of migration as something unusual, threatening, permanent or temporary, legal or irregular, requiring regulation and control, or deserving laissez-faire, while making other forms of migration simply disappear. We gathered here will, of course, not agree on this issue, and we do not have to. Those of us who take a realist or empiricist perspective assume that migration simply does exist in absolute terms and can be directly observed. Fair enough. Constructivists in our midst will argue that any observation of migration depends on the categories constructed and their application by specific actors from their specific positions, whether they are dealing with migration in the past, present, or in the future. Think ahead to our panel discussion in a minute. We will discuss forced migration as a collective phenomenon framed by violence and state practices, and economic migration as a voluntary and rather individual movement. Do refugees never individually plan their escape based on their agency? And is voluntary migration, as in labor migration, not politically controlled and regulated by recruitment schemes or immigration laws, leveraging great selectivity regarding whom to admit as an immigrant? And does that not seriously limit the agency of people we call labor migrants and may turn into irregular migrants or trafficked people exploited for work? Of course, only such constructs, categories, and world models allow us to get a hold of such phenomena in the first place. How would we otherwise talk about them? However, every decision involved in this construction process merits critical reflection. Why does migration research at times mimic political definitions of migration by treating refugee migration and economic migration as naturally distinct, rather than employing more universal approaches like the concept of betterment migration, while deconstructing political definitions of migration we often too easily adopt? Allow me to elaborate from the constructivist position we at EMIS take, also in the recently granted Sonderforschungspreis 1604, titled The Production of Migration, which aims to create a theory of the social production of the meaning of migration and its impact. From where we stand, international migration, that was mentioned several times before today, for example, is a rather recent phenomenon. It could be argued that migration, which in our modern understanding almost always requires crossing an international border to be deemed relevant, needed the modern state system to evolve, to be invented in the 17th century. Ideas of sovereignty, territory, a population, or people and citizenship had to be conceived, normalized, established, and institutionalized before international migration could even happen. Within that framework, migration emerged as mobility across political but not cultural boundaries necessarily for a prolonged period. Internal migration then refers to movements within such entities. International migration describes crossing borders between states. That is a definition few of us would doubt. The concept of international migration thus requires accepting several socially constructed institutions that have become political realities, and requires us to either treat this as a given or as something to be scrutinized and deconstructed when we study the configuration of human mobility between such entities as international migration. I return to my earlier observation. On one level, movement, mobility, and migration are key elements of human responses to changing conditions, and thus can be seen as forceful phenomena brought about by change and causing change. On another level, the meaning of such mobility as migration is produced by practices ranging from political, administrative, or academic modes of observation, classification, and narration to regulatory actions of the many institutions connected to it directly and indirectly. Both these levels, speaking with Anthony Giddens, interact in a continuous process of structuration. In the light of the reflexive turn, migration research can thus not limit itself to quantification, statistics, or normative or otherwise positivist explanations of the phenomenon or of migration policies. It must also be aware of the narratives, cultural practices, power structures, and path dependencies that determine how the phenomenon is presented and perceived, and how these constructs stem from but also impact the socio-historical process. And we must reflect on the contributions of academics who are not just observers but part of this process. Thus, we are tasked to discuss international migration not only concerning its vectors and dimensions and actors and institutional frameworks as such, but to constantly ask ourselves in what specific ways different meanings of migration determine how human movements are made relevant or irrelevant. While focusing, for example, on international migration as an interstate movement of humans, we need to be aware of what this choice puts out of the picture. Setting the state center marginalizes concepts that try to study mobility in other ways, like approaches proposing to classify mobility solely by the distinction, for example, between long-distance or global migration rather than international migration. Concepts that try to define the field in less biased ways along paradigms, for example, like transculturalism, transregionalism, or translocalism. Putting the state and its borders at the center also moves internal migration into the background, even though it comprises the larger share of human mobility. That becomes particularly apparent in the distinction between refugees as international migrants and, by now, internally displaced persons as victims of forced migration moving within territorial borders. The category of internally displaced persons, however, is the fastest growing group of forced migrants or victims of violence-induced mobility globally. While the political context of such labeling practices is as obvious as the interconnectedness between the national and the international level, or the often dire consequences for those who do not become objects of the international refugee regime by respective classifications, the separation of forced migration into these two spheres seem to be holding not just in the political sphere but in the academic sphere as well. It could thus be argued that the strict separation of internal and international migration, or between voluntary, economic, and involuntary forced migration in migration scholarship, is a serious epistemological flaw generated by adopting a nation-state perspective that largely prevents a connected analysis of the links between different forms of mobility. In other words, we should study political definitions of migration but not adopt them as analytic categories. The practice of analyzing migration from a nation-state stance has drawn up, of course, much criticism, for instance, as methodological nationalism, as well as warnings of a territorial trap it sets for researchers as early as the 1990s that triggered a whole body of scholarship devoted to transnational approaches to all aspects of migration, from migrants' decision-making to state efforts to regulate international migration. It has by now become clear that international migration, defined as the movement of humans between internationally recognized states or across their borders, can be classified by many different typologies that have evolved and changed over time. Classical accounts, for example, written in the early years of the 20th century, not far apart in time from the Treaty of Lausanne, distinguished mainly between violent dispossession by invasion or conquest from immigration, an idea of migration that we now would rather call settlement migration or settler colonialism today. Sometime later, dichotomies between voluntary and forced movement, regular and irregular, permanent and temporary, and economic or refugee migration moved to the foreground and became dominant. As Russell King argued, such prevalent constructions of migration and their application must be always deconstructed by migration research rather than reproduced or affirmed. In an attempt to do so, different migrant-orientated classifications have emerged, which distinguish between free migrants moving along the lines of state-determined migration channels, self-willed labor migrants seeking betterment from economic strain, bound labor migrants migrating under contract to work abroad for a limited time, forced labor migrants, involuntary migrants displaced by intolerance and inequalities, refugees from war and violence, and migrants displaced by ecological disasters, to give just a few examples. By the same token, historical migration research has also developed its own typologies of migration that rely, for instance, on motivation, distance, directionality, temporality, space, and economic dimensions. Each of these classifications has epistemological consequences. They depart from a certain meaning of migration and arrive at its reproduction sometimes or at its disruption in other instances. It simply does make a difference whether a research-driven, critically reflected topology is employed or if topologies are derived from a state perspective stressing its normative frameworks. In the first case, classifications typically aim at distinguishing between betterment migration in various forms, violence-induced migration in terms of flight or displacement, migration as an adaptation strategy or as a contingency plan reacting to catastrophes or climate change, forced migration related to labor or exploitation, occurring in different frameworks ranging from immigration and recruitment programs to smuggling and trafficking of humans. In the second case, normatively framed forms of regular or irregular migration, temporary or circular labor migration, refugee or asylum migration, and exclusion by forced removal, as in deportation, would figure prominently. The phenomena addressed in both cases from both perspectives could actually be the same, but the perspective towards them changes through our positionality that determines how human mobility is constructed. The categories given in the first case would be leveraged as analytical concepts, and the categories given in the second case would be analyzed as practices deployed by actors within, and thus process-generated concepts according to Rogers Brubaker. By the same token, any statistical appraisal of the dimension of international migration heavily depends on how migration is defined and what data is used to measure it. Statistics create migrants along their categories and create world models through their datification. Those quantitative world models are then used by states and scholars to regulate or study migration, which tends to contribute to the path dependencies of the construction of migration embedded within them, within the data. Let us stick with those numbers for a minute. According to statistics provided by the United Nations, the number of international migrants living outside their country of birth has risen from about 84 million in 1970 to 258 million in 2017, or from 2.3% of the world's population to 3.4%. Migrants still represent only a small share of the planet's population. But while the overall growth rate of the human population has been diminishing since its peak in the early 1960s, the number and the percentage of migrants among the world's population are steadily on the rise. Depending on how we approach these figures, migration becomes more or less relevant. However, we might agree that despite strong regional discrepancies in population growth, international migration has become an increasingly important factor for global population shifts internationally and within countries or regions. At the same time, the impact of migration is not at all equally distributed. More affluent countries with negative or low population growth tend to benefit from international migration, which contributes decisively to the rise of their populations. Migration can thus be depicted as a threat, the great exchange, as racist right-wing activists would put it, or a demographic survival strategy for Western countries. In fact, about 67% of all international migrants live in just about 20 countries, while the origin and the destination of international migration are geographically shifting towards Asia. So, Europe deems itself a geographical migration hotspot, but it's actually becoming less important as a waypoint for global migration movements. Is that consistent with our narratives? By the same token, refugee migration is perceived as a driver of several situations throughout the 20th century, labeled a migration crisis. At the same time, it was estimated in 2016, for example, that refugees and asylum seekers make up slightly less than 10% of all international migrants. Likewise, migration, especially when perceived as a threat, is often depicted as male, while roughly 50% of all international migrants are female. That being said, and now being aware of the dichotomous character of migration, I am prepared to offer a brief sketch of the meta-trends in international migration across the past centuries. During the early modern period, or the mercantile period as it is sometimes called, between the 16th and the 18th centuries, interstate mobility, at this time a Western or European concept that gained global contemporary relevance through European expansion and was given meaning by European narratives and historiography, as well as academic concepts like the mobility transition in migration research, gained shape along 4 lines. Firstly, economic developments fostered an increase in temporary as well as permanent migration between European states. Secondly, religious intolerance set into motion several refugee movements within Europe and across the Atlantic during the 17th and 18th centuries. Thirdly, Europeans began to move towards overseas territories which came under colonial rule, thereby destroying or transforming migration systems and civilizations which had existed in the extra-European world before this expansion set in. Finally, forced migration, induced by Europeans, began on a global and unprecedented scale with the deportation of bonded laborers into and between colonial spheres and of millions of Africans as enslaved people, mainly across the Atlantic into the Americas. These migrations have left a legacy that lies at the core of understanding racism as well as racialized migration policies. This fact must be considered in analyzing any subsequent migrations and contemporary discussions on diversity and migration. Global mass migration continued to evolve during the 19th century with increased international mobility of betterment migrants and refugees within Europe. Slavery was slowly abolished, while the mobility of bonded labor, think of the coolie system, within colonial empires gained even further importance. Up to 50 to 70 million Europeans embarked on transoceanic migrations between 1800 and 1925, mainly to the Americas or oceanic destinations, one of the main themes of this museum. Many migrants were driven by economic motives, escaping poverty and suppression. While most of this migration was still rather low-skilled, people now began to travel in small groups of families or even individuals, and women already made part a considerable proportion of migration streams, albeit they were not counted at the time by immigration statistics and as a consequence overlooked by migration research as long as the uncritical reading of numbers shaped narratives. During this period, frameworks for the regulation of migration and naturalization, as well as for the treatment of refugees, began to evolve in Europe and North America. Nevertheless, for most of the 19th century, the international movement of Europeans remained largely unrestricted by migration policies. At the same time, the deportation of unwanted immigrants, as well as the surveillance of foreigners, became institutionalized in a growing number of those countries. Ethnicity, notions of race, and racialized hierarchies, of course, interfered strongly with how societies negotiated changes induced by migration. In the United States, for example, nativism began to set Americans of old stock apart from newcomers immigrating from Germany, Ireland, Italy, or later Eastern Europe, as early as the 1840s. Later, exclusionist migration policies rooted in sheer racism targeted migrants from Asia, in the United States as well as in other European settler societies like Canada or Australia. Such policy changes were forebearers of a general turn towards restrictive migration policies between the beginning of the 20th century and the 1920s. However, they were also based on changing social constructions of migration and migrants in receiving societies, while establishing new path dependencies of the production of what migration meant and how migrants were seen and thus treated. There has been a long debate for the reasons for this turn towards regulation amongst migration scholars, listing general as well as country-specific reasons to implement borders and border control systems to identify and distinguish citizens and migrants, as well as sets of rules and institutions to regulate migration, residence, and belonging. However, as the late Adam McCune has convincingly argued, these developments should be interpreted as a move to differently regulate international mobility and integration rather than a drive towards insulating nation-states from migration. Stricter migration policies did not stop migration, they never do, but rather just changed the phenomenon. Migration for settlement did not lose all its traction during the 20th century, especially as an unintended consequence of temporary labor recruitment schemes. However, major trends in international migration since the First World War can be summed up along four major paths that indicate several secular shifts. Number one, built on precursors since the late 19th century, regulated temporary labor migration began its global ascent in the 1920s, when European countries started building recruitment schemes increasingly based on bilateral agreements and international standards developed, for instance, by the International Labour Organization. At the same time, the United States departed from rather free immigration with the 1924 Quota Act. And that transition led to the rise of labor migration from Mexico, constructed in the United States to be strictly temporary and remained largely unregulated, except for the Prosero program of the Second World War and its post-war sequel. In general terms, migration was not conceptualized as immigration for settlement anymore, but largely as a temporary state to provide deportable labor as long as needed. After the Second World War, during the European reconstruction and decolonization as well, migration streams from newly independent countries of the global south towards Europe and regulated recruitment of temporary labor migrants in what would be called guest worker programs helped fill the labor market demands of industrialized countries in northwestern Europe. Germany became, by numbers and outcome, a de facto country of immigration, albeit in strict denial back then. Formally regulated by governments, but in practice rather marked by a degree of negligence, recruitment schemes led to significant immigration into Western Europe through settlement and family reunification, and an accelerating increase in diversity as children of the second generation were born into European societies. Hence, regulated temporary labor recruitment was largely seen as a failure during the 1970s and 1980s, and a renewed effort to quench migration dynamics set in. But since the late 1990s, temporary labor recruitment has experienced a worldwide renaissance with endless attempts by regulators to ensure at last its temporary or circular character. At the same time, an increasingly critical debate about migrants' rights and the consequences of temporary migration schemes for migrants, their families, and the affected societies as a whole unfolded. Number two, refugee movements have always been a part of international migration, but gained unprecedented dimensions throughout the 20th century, making them top subjects in national and international politics. Today, refugee migration, as you all know, can be rated as the form of international movement or migration met by the most advanced set of internationally accepted standards, norms, and regulations. Forced migration, displacement, and the fate of refugees gained international attention. First in the aftermath of the Balkan Wars, shortly before the outbreak of the First World War, and especially when the international community organized the freshly founded League of Nations after the war and began care operations for survivors of the Armenian genocide, as well as Russian refugees during the revolution and the ensuing civil war. Though important institutions were created, like the Nansen Passport for Stateless Migrants, also a new phenomenon, and various resolutions passed trying to define the status as well as the rights of refugees, and regulatory efforts were made, like the population exchange, the international system largely failed to properly react in the face of the then setting in massive refugee movements from Nazi Germany. Neither the conference held at Evian in the summer of 1938, nor the conference convening in Bermuda in 1943 would come up with a concerted effort to save and care for the fleeing Jews of Europe. During the Second World War, it is estimated that between 30 and 60 million people were displaced and forced to flee in Europe alone, as well as countless others worldwide. The anticipation of a post-war refugee crisis and the factual presence of millions of survivors of the Shoah, the German forced labor system, and prisoner of war, as well as concentration camps, but also in other theaters of war, of specialized organizations as subdivisions of the United Nations, like the UNRWA, the IRO, or later the UNHCR, as well as the formation of international laws defining the status of refugees and displaced persons, like the Geneva Convention of 1951. Integral parts of the international regulatory regime or refugee protection included a catalog of criteria that made refugees eligible for a legal refugee status supported by internationally accepted norms and conventions, and a set of standard protocols for refugee protection and long-term solution of displacement, like, for instance, repatriation and resettlement. While resettlement, or later the administration of asylum, never really worked without complex selections and hidden or open numerical limits, keeping refugees in an in-between status by granting temporary protection rather than permanent admission, or keeping refugees in camps close to their homes with repatriation in view, became a major driver of national as well as international refugee policies between the end of the Cold War and the securitization of migration in the early 21st century. After the end of the Cold War, rising numbers of refugees who reached countries that were able and willing to grant asylum during the 1990s found that while they qualified for refugee status by international standards, they only had the right to apply for asylum, while getting asylum remained at the disposal of states. States that, like Germany, began to dismantle the liberal asylum regimes they had adopted after the Second World War. And we're experiencing the next stage of that drama in today's world. As streams of refugees swelled and became more diverse with a growing south-north trajectory, more and more states turned to restrictive migration policies and practices towards asylum seekers, with increased border controls and elevated bars to pass the application process. In 2018, with levels of global displacement reaching or even exceeding those of the Second World War, the race between the will to rescue and protect refugees enshrined in the global refugee regime and a growing reluctance of states to increase immigration options for refugees tends to erode chances for permanent settlement and resettlement of refugees in affluent and peaceful countries. Once again, keeping refugees as close to their former homes with repatriation in mind seems to prevail. Number 3, some scholars argue that with tightening border controls, more selective practices of granting residence, and deportation of irregular or unwanted migrants in mind, that the denial of mobility options has become an increasingly important aspect of migration policies. When the latest phase of globalization set in during the 1970s based on a neoliberal agenda, leading industrialized countries and flanking international institutions advocated and drove forward deregulation and open market worldwide. The ensuing mobility of capital and goods led to a massive manufacturing relocation towards cheap labor. That logic required to prevent labor movements away from the new workbenches of the world, while, as the progress in development and a more even distribution of wealth initially hoped for materialized only in part, increased the numbers of potential betterment migrants that became willing to flee poverty and their lack of opportunity. The prevention of unwanted migration and especially immigration, the renewed importance of temporary labor migration, for instance, in the General Agreement on Trade and Services, GATS, and an unbroken drive towards to produce irregular migrants as exploitable labor, as well as to implement new forms of bonded labor as part of temporary labor migration schemes. These things can therefore be identified as important currents in international migration at the turn of the 21st century. These trends towards highly regulated and increasingly exploitable and as well as deportable migrants have also triggered renewed efforts to institutionalize norms for the protection of migrants on the international level as well as on the national level, with a large degree UN organizations function as arbiters between national interests and migrants' rights in that arena, often with little effect. Number 4, the last one. The notion of unevenly distributed opportunities for international migration due to economic and political restructuring points to one further characteristic of migration today: creating supranational zones of privileged mobility and migration. This required the development of multi-level migration governance between supranational organizations and individual states, think Schengen space. This in turn tends to produce privileged classes of citizens who can move within and, under certain conditions, also between such spaces. This, then, is seen by some scholars as a solution to perceived issues of security linked to the regulation of migration. Others fear further growth of discrimination against all those who do not live or do not get access to these fenced-in blocks of privileged mobility. At the same time, delegating migration politics and policies from the nation-state to supranational entities has proven to be a most controversial and complex process, as can be witnessed in any current debate on migration in the European Union. As attempts to forge a common approach to immigration, labor migration, as well as refugee and asylum policies in the European Union demonstrate time and again, nation-states have a much harder time giving up this aspect of their perceived sovereignty than liberalizing the movement of capital and goods. Even though the movement of people should naturally be included in a liberal agenda, and even conservative scholars tend to point out the rather positive long-term effects of migration. This brief historical sketch has shown that regulating different forms of international migration is an important as well as a controversial field. It has also become evident that states are not lone actors determining migration politics or actual migration movements, but that many actors and framing conditions should be considered when discussing how migration is negotiated rather than regulated. Migrants themselves in that equation must be considered actors with an agenda and with agency of their own who cannot simply be regulated in their aspirations to move. A person's will to move, to become mobile, whether searching for a better life abroad or evading violence and persecution at home, is the beginning of migration. A multi-layered framework of conditions and options, however, influence this decision tree. Concerning migrant choices, research has convincingly shown that decision-making and migration are embedded in family or social networks, depending on complex perceptions of potential costs and gains, and can even include intergenerational long-term considerations. This line of thought has recently expanded to recognize an autonomy of migration that defies categories and regulations imposed on human movement. At the same time, a decision to move is not a singular event. Rather, migration processes consist of a sequence of choices and decisions as people on the move adapt and change their expectations and practices. Migration outcomes thus often differ from the initial hopes or planning or policy goals that states and their agents formulate. Migration can be interpreted as linking societies with migrants, creating transnational spaces between their places of origin and their journeys, transit, and final destinations. Therefore, while negotiating how societies perceive migration to, from, or through, and how politics transform it into institutions and policies is often thought to be a national issue, but it really plays out in a very complex transnational arena. That keeps rendering migration politics that try to regulate migration to change its magnitudes, compositions, or characteristics in national containers obsolete. Such policies are embedded in or result from discourses and power distributions within societies based on economic considerations or fears and aspects of ethnocentrism, as well as often troubling concepts of national belonging. All of these could be rated arbitrary yet powerful constructs we probably have to overcome. Anyway, fast forward, since my time is up. In 2018, Hein de Haas, the recent author of How Migration Really Works, and fellow researchers published a working paper on the outlooks of international migration. The team arrived as a set of 10 trends and issues, some of which I would like to offer in lieu of a conclusion as I leave my field of research and expertise, the translation of the past into histories, for the present and the future. Heinde Haas and his colleagues recommended taking a more global view of migration streams and their magnitudes to settle fears of being overwhelmed by migration and also to develop a less Western or Eurocentric study and narrative of migration. They also advocate for a more complex perception of forces causing migration on the sending and the receiving sides to arrive at an analytical angle that embeds migration processes into the study of related processes and the longue durée of it to get in view the more often than not positive outcomes of migration for societies. Their findings also indicate that well-established facts like the finding that the poorest of the poor seldomly have the means to migrate and hence do not move, while receiving countries feel overrun by poverty-driven migration, have to be communicated more effectively to close the gap between public perceptions of migration and analytical findings on the causes and consequences of migration. In their view, this could turn debates on migration into debates of poverty and the unequal distribution of wealth. Such a sea change could, argues de Haas, contribute to a more holistic approach to migration politics, reflecting that non-migration policies have proven highly relevant in shaping migration as well. The research team also urges us to closely observe the outcomes of trends towards more liberal or more restrictive migration policies. Liberal migration policies, they argue, often correspond with liberal economic regimes rather than with liberal political regimes. Thus, they often create less restrictive frameworks with increased selectivity regarding skill, wealth, or social status that tend to override classical criteria like ethnicity or national identity. By the same token, as can be amply studied these days, more liberal regulations of economic migration correspond often with more restrictive policies towards unwanted migrants like refugees, which currently leads to a renewed importance of deportation regimes. Scholars of contemporary migration like Heinde Haas plea for liberal migration governance emancipating itself from many preconceptions and narrative entrenched during the 20th century. Liberalized international migration, they conclude, tends to be circular and thus solves some of the fears often attributed to migration. Restrictive policies motivate attempts to stay and settle. Migration as a phenomenon cannot be analyzed, understood, and regulated in their view as an isolated issue in politics, economics, or culture, nor from a one-sided perspective of the West or a migrant receiving society. As you can see, it is all about the meaning of migration. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. Because we are a little out of the schedule, I propose to ask the questions after the first panel discussion, and now let's have maybe 10-minute break before we begin with the next panel. So we would meet 3:25. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the first panel right now. Hello. So let us begin the first panel discussion, which deals with forced migrations resulting from wars, persecution, and political decisions. Due to the dire weather conditions in southern Germany yesterday, the situation is different than we planned, since only one of the panelists actually made it to Bremerhaven. The rest of the panelists will be online. The panel will be moderated by Professor Jan Rydel, who is a member of the ENRS steering committee and coordinates the Polish party in the ENRS. He is a historian specializing in Central and Eastern Europe and Polish-German relations. In the 19th and 20th century until 2010, he was professor at Jagiellonian University and is currently professor at the Pedagogical University of Krakow. He has diplomatic experience since between 2001 and 2005. He headed the Office of Culture, Science and Information at the Polish Embassy in Berlin. He is a representative of Poland in the international bodies of the Bergen-Belsen Memorial and the Mauthausen-Gusen Memorial. Professor Rydel, the online floor is yours.
Well, speak German. Danke schön für die.
Thank you for the presentation of my smallness. I would like to present the participants of the panel. But first, I'd like to say that Dr. Christina Gaudaite is today with us. All right, let's start. Let's start with the introduction of the participants. I'll try to keep it short, since some of us are pretty, well, the debate is pretty late. Now, Dr. Katerina Krakhmalova from Ukraine is a lawyer, but also a person with a very huge sociological interest. She studied in Kiev University Pochyla law, and in other Central European universities, among others in Budapest. She has also attended the University of Natural Sciences in Ukraine, and she studied later in Warsaw. Currently, she is the employee of the Center of the Migration of the Warsaw University. Ms. Krakhmalova is researching the legal position of the migrants in Ukraine, and in 2014, she is very engaged in the support for migrants after 2014. Her interests were just presented by me now. Thank you very much for your presence. Now, Aneta Primarka-Onyszcz is a Polish journalist and a writer. She's also graduated from the Faculty of Journalism and Politology of the University in Warsaw. And she also writes and researches the problems of the remembrance in border areas with a special focus on minorities. and excluded groups, and her book Bieżeństwo, The Forgotten Refugees, Bieżeństwo 1915, Forgotten Refugees, has become very famous. And in the meantime, it has been translated into Belarusian and Ukrainian. Now, Professor Stefan Lennstedt is a historian. He is a professor on the American Touro University in Berlin. He is a professor for Holocaust studies and Jewish studies. And Professor Lennstedt has graduated from the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich, and he has also been working in the Institute für Zeitgeschichte in Munich and the German Historical Institute in Warsaw. Except for that, he's been a visiting professor at the Humboldt University and in the well-known London School of Economics. Professor Lennstedt has researching and publishing on the history of the two world wars, the history of Holocaust, and of the occupational regimes in Poland. He also has written a very interesting comparative studies on the First and Second World War on the occupation. And he is an absolute expert in this field. It is also worth mentioning that Mr. Lennstedt is the chairman of the Institute of Flucht und Vertreibung in Berlin. And I'd like to also get information whether Christina Gedgaudaite is here with us.
Please take
Unfortunately, we do not hear you.
Unfortunately, you'll be alone here. Sorry.
Vielen Dank, freue mich und gratuliere.
Thank you very much. I'm glad and I congratulate you that you made it to Bremerhaven. We unfortunately couldn't. Dr. Christina Gedgaudaite from Lithuania is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Amsterdam. She also graduated from the University of Oxford. And her research areas are cultural memory, migration, and last but not least, those area from the perspective of popular literature. These are comics and graphic novels. Dr. Christina Gedgaudaite has been researching for a longer period of time now. For us, she dealt with a very important topic, the Greek and Turkish relations during and after the First World War. And she also researched migration and the remembrance of the Greeks in the Little Asia and the related topics. These are the main research topics of Dr. Geert-Gaudeiter. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to talk about forced migration. And let me tell you in short, since I'm not a specialized migration researcher, that is why the typology of forced migration and the phenomenon of the forced migration within a state and the external migration, the cross-border migration is a relevant topic, and I'm talking here about a short-term migration as well as about the long-term migration, so to say, forever migration. What's interesting is the forced migration as a in division into spontaneous and organized migration. And you'll recognize it soon. So this division naturally cannot be applied in all cases. There are also transition areas between these two types of migration, or the two types of forced migration, but the spontaneous migration is usually is fleeing from the war and from the consequences of war. This is also fleeing from ethnical or religious prosecution, as well from bad living conditions, as well as from natural catastrophes, as well from hunger and starvation. And as we can also see from the experiences in Ukraine, it's also an escape from political problems. The organized forced migrations are resettlements of whole nations or ethnicities, whole groups of migrants abroad. So these are trans-border transitions, and these are also resettlements within the countries. Then this category of organized forced migration includes also the exchange or replacement of whole groups of people, and now ethnic cleansings and the evictions or expulsions are also type of forced migration. These are very closely related concepts, and they are usually caused by non-state actors. but with a clear mandate given by the state, and this very often is a gray zone of activities. Also, deportations are part of the organized forced migration. The deportations, by principle, by definitions, are evictions or expulsions of unwanted individuals from a certain area over the border. It very often is related to the German word, or the word of a German origin, deportation, related to Holocaust. This is where the meaning of this word originates. Of course, Holocaust was a tragic mass starvation or mass deportation. It was about the annihilation and not deportation into another territory, of course. And there are also positive forms of forced migration, like evacuations. They are also forced, but they mostly serve another purpose, which is the rescue of migrants. And now I'd like to go over to the first part of the questions. The 20th century and the 21st century can be seen as the century of migration. So my simple questions that I'd like to ask first is, according to Leopold von Lange, how it really was. Why do we describe this century as the century of forced migration, to call it neutrally? The origins of this migration are related to the First World War, and as I already mentioned, to the Balkan Wars just before the First World War. But there were also very big migration movements that took place during the First World War because of the destructive dimensions of this war. They were partially spontaneous as fleeing from the front line, and they were observed in Belgium, Serbia, Montenegro, in Galicia, but also this also was organized migration. And one of those big migration movements is described in the book Bieżeństwo. This is a migration in Russia, of which Aneta talked about, and I would like to ask her now to describe this phenomenon. Unfortunately, we need to be strict with time, as I've already mentioned. So, Ms. Primaka-Onyszk, I'd like you to take the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. I would like to tell about bieżeństwo. And British historian Peter Guttrell estimated that in Europe, during the First World War, it was at least 14 million civilians forced to migrate. And we better know the story of the West Front line. But the 70% of this migrant concerned Middle East Europe, Balkans, and especially Russian Empire. In the Russian Empire, the migrations, forced and organized, started with the deportation of Jews and Germans from the area of warfare, but the mass movement was the bieżeństwo, concerned at least 5 million people. From Russian language, it's mean refugiedom. But in the northeast part of Poland, where I am from, especially in the Belarusian minorities villages, bieżeństwo even today has a status of a proper names and mean this exile in 1915 because of the deep impact. It started after the breaking the front line by German and Austrian troops near Gorlice in Carpathian on May 1915, and the great retreat of the Russian army. The military authorities, powerless on the battlefield, decided to expose the peasant and burn the villages, referring to scorched earth tactics and the great Russian myth about defeating Napoleon's troops. These orders were revoked after the protest of Russian elites. But in fact, the expulsions were still continued by army, but on a smaller scale. It started the snowball effect. The approaching front line caused panic among civilians, fueled by Tsarist administration. Rumors abounded, very explicit and graphic. For example, that Germans would cut off women's breasts, and the peasants were completely alone with this panic, and because the administration, the elites, the priests were evacuated before. As a result, from the western governance of Russian Empire, through which the front line was moving from Riga to the Carpathian, civilians abandoned their home and went deep into the Russian Empire. They were mainly from Polish, Belarusian, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian lands. Some areas were completely deserted, especially today's Polish-Belarusian border, where some communes left 80% of the population. It is impossible to say which part of them was forced by the army and which left spontaneously. But for both parts, there was no going back. And their fate was the same. The most tragic stage was the initial phase of this movement. Million civilians were concentrated in the small territory next to the front line, without food and water supplies, without medical care. Neither the civil nor military authorities were prepared for this. The effect was diseases, epidemic, and high mortality among refugees. The dead were buried without registration because the administration ran away earlier. So we don't know the scale of mortality. It is estimated that even 1/3 didn't survive. After weeks of this tragedy, in autumn 1915, when epidemics in refugee camps began to treat the army, authorities decided to transport them into by trains into the interior of the empire, and they were deployed mainly in villages where hands were needed in the absence of men drafted into the army. Stabilization, state aid, and especially help from local people ended with the outbreak of the revolution in 1917. It started new catastrophe, and people began to think about returning, but it became possible only after the Polish-Bolshevik War and the treaty in Riga in 1921. And the vast majority decided to return. But in their home villages, they found burned houses and completely ruined country. And this country was different when they left. It was a reborn Poland. And the majority of the Bieżans were Belarusian and Ukrainian peasants who now became minorities. And this part, which come back to the land, which became part of Soviet Union, were in more difficult situation. But the reason that it was Belarusian and Ukrainian minorities was very important in this, that the story of refugedom of Bieżeństwo was not included in the mainstream memory. But I think that we will talk about it in the second part of our debate, our discussion. And of course, it's very interesting because we can look on Bieżeństwo from many perspectives, gender, social, and cultural, because it was impact on all these levels. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Das ist wirklich eine vergessene Migration, weitestgehend vergessene Migration. Wenn man die Literatur aus der Zeit liest, hört man, dass die Bieżeńcy waren hier, waren da und so weiter, aber die generelle Dimension dieses Phänomens war bis jetzt kaum
but the general dimension we weren't aware. Thank you very much.
Jetzt wende ich mich an an Frau Dr. Christina Gedgaudaite.
And now, Frau Christina Gedgaudaite
hat über das Thema geforscht, was uns heute auch in der Ausstellung After the Great War erstrangig interessierte, nämlich über die Umsiedlungen, Bevölkerungsaustausch zwischen Griechenland und der Türkei nach dem Ersten Weltkrieg, am Ende des griechisch-türkischen Krieges. Es war, wie gesagt, der erste Beispiel einer
This was the first example of the international authorized big migration of the whole big nation group. So, Dr. Gedgaudaite, please have the word now.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Perfect. A little bit. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome for people who are here. And I'm really sorry for this occasion that, we have to meet online, but actually also glad that we are able to meet online. I'm really delighted to be here and also be part of this excellent panel, which actually uses the occasion of Lausanne to reflect on the ripple effect of what happens in Lausanne in a much broader context. And so my contribution today, as a lot of my work has been dealing with, is that on the Greco-Turkish War that happens between 1919 and 1922. And just to give you a little bit of a general overview, actually, what happens to start us off. Basically, in the aftermath of the First World War in 1919, in Paris Peace Conference, Greece negotiates and obtains a mandate to land in the cosmopolitan Ottoman port of Izmir, Smyrna, with a mission to protect Greek Orthodox populations, which were which were in great number at that time. However, effectively, this maneuver really starts a fully-fledged military campaign, and as Greece pushes further and further into the hinterland, it reaches nearly to Ankara. So, like from the coastal area up to nearly Ankara. You can imagine. In the meantime, in Turkey, nationalist movement emerges, trying to salvage whatever is left out of the crumbling Ottoman Empire. And under the leadership of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, they are then pushing out the Greek army, eventually successfully. The last episode of this war takes us back to that cosmopolitan Ottoman city of Smyrna, Izmir, that I mentioned at the beginning. And it plays a huge significance for the memory of both Greece and Turkey. In Greece, it is remembered as a moment of catastrophe, because as the war is ending, a huge fire engulfs the city and destroys all of it European and Orthodox quarters. At the same time, also killing hundreds and thousands of people. And if they are not killed by the fire, they are then killed by the massacre that is taking place at the same time, or they drown in the waters, trying off the port, trying to escape the two. In the Turkish national memory, this is a moment remembered as a moment of liberation, of the beginning of the nation state, of the moment of building and rebuilding. And so these kind of parallel views, catastrophe on the one hand and liberation on the other, is what we see all throughout kind of Greek-Turkish history. If we put them side by side, they kind of work like mirror images, if you want. Now, a second important moment, and that's why we are here today, is the Treaty of Lausanne and the convention of that treaty that for the first time in modern European history ratifies a forced population exchange between Greek Orthodox living in the Turkish territory and the Muslims living in Greek territory, right? And so I think just like in the case that Annette referred to earlier, religion plays an important role here and is kind of defining factor determining who goes where, who stays, and who has to leave. But
I think that the transmission is stopped.
This also kind of lists a number of paradoxes, and I'll just mention a couple of them here. For example, assuming that people who share the same religious identity does not at all imply also that they would share a homogeneous cultural identity. And so, when these people are exchanged, in a lot of cases, although it was actually, as we heard during the wonderful keynote lecture, it was envisioned as a moment of repatriation, returning home, even though for a lot of these people it was the first time they went to Greece and Turkey. They were perceived as different in those homes. A large part of these people didn't even speak the language of that home, and that led also to further discrimination. So this is one of the paradoxes. Another kind of thing that remains up until today as a legacy is that some of these, although the population exchange was compulsory, as I mentioned before, some groups were exempt. And these are the groups of Orthodox Christians living in Istanbul and the Muslims living in Western Thrace. And so then all throughout the 20th century then, what we see is whenever there is a problem or tension arises between Greek-Turkish relations, these are the populations that also pay the toll of these tensions. The third legacy and important factor and the memory that is carried over until today is the term of refugeehood itself. And also, especially in the case of Greece, what we mean by the word refugee and prosphygos in Greek is really tied to the history of the population exchange. So these are the people who kind of give the meaning to the word refugee long before the Geneva Convention. Now, but because this case is viewed essentially as the case of repatriation, then this kind of also creates an interesting distinction between what is deemed to be like a local national refugees and the foreign refugees, the distinction that reverberates up until today, actually. And the final important legacy that I wanted to mention as well as part of this introduction is the transnational template for forced population movements that the Lausanne example provides, especially following the Second World War. So whether it be India and Pakistan, whether it will Palestine, or even Potsdam, this Greek-Turkish population exchange is consistently mentioned as a successful example of establishing peace. That's how it is viewed at the time. And then kind of this thinking and this model follows on even in much later periods. This is also an event that is remembered in various ways up until today, but we will, I believe, talk about memory in the second part of the discussion. So I will leave it here as a cliffhanger.
Danke schön. Das ist sehr schöne Bemerkungen zu dieser essentiellen Sache.
Thank you.
This seems to be very essential.
For all these
the Lausanne and the Turkish
population in Lausanne.
Citizens. Now I'd like to ask Stefan Lenstedt to take over a Hercules task to illustrate the forced migration caused by the German Reich in the Nazi times that was organized or authorized in these times. And also, I also like you to tell us about the migration of the German citizens after the Second World War as a result of international treaties. Professor, I keep my thumbs for you. Now, please turn your mic on. Thank you very much. This is a really huge challenge to talk about the forced migration during the Second World War. It is very hard to assign it as a part of the big discussion. We talked about the fleeing of Jews and about the
Und wenn wir auf die Kontinuitäten schauen, dann ist gerade auf deutscher Seite natürlich auf die Folgen des Ersten Weltkriegs hinzuweisen.
Forced migration. And if we talk about the Second World War, we have the revanchism that was not spread across the national Germany, but it was a broader contest. But the creation of the Lebensraum in the East was a big concept, and that was much more than the Prussian Eastern colonization from the previous days. But this was a dystopian vision of the German Reich that should stretch up to the Ural Mountains. And the nations within this area should be murdered or simply banned. That was not realized, fortunately, but that still been deadly enough. Now, the German policy is trying to explain that with the war times, and still in the 39 and 40, Germany was an ally of Russia. And the Germans wanted to leave the country and start to be settlers. Hitler wanted to give these people a chance to be settlers, but what's decisive here is that those who were resettled, they have expected that they'll have a ready place to settle, and that all the Polish citizens living there should be evicted and expelled. And Alexa Stimmer is talking about this in her big studies. She's mentioning the Poland and other Slavic nations. And this, she describes that this movement has affected about 8 million people and 500,000 Germans and other people who have to be resettled. This also affected the millions of Jews and Poles, Slovaks, Slovenians, who were supposed to be expelled from the land that was supposed to be resettled by Germans. This big percentage of those expelled should be banned from about 15% of the West Prussia, 12% of Slovenia, and 11% of the area close to Elza. In Poland, this process has concerned the biggest part of the country. What we should mention here is that we should not only deal with those evicted and expelled, but we should talk about it in a broader nation, because it was a resettlement policy related with the very murderous policy. It was about to get rid of German minorities, getting rid of the Jewish population, and the big resettlement movement. We can see the very close ties to the annihilation of part of the population, but the relations are not always that obvious. They are there, but one must have a much closer look to see them. The resettlement projects, which is very important, were central for the creation of the new Germany. That was a ideological goal, and that was the legitimization of the war. What's also really important, it's in big part, is a failure, because despite this high cost and high efforts, and despite the high ideological support, it was not possible to create a new Germania in the Eastern nations that could fulfill the racist criteria of the then Germans. And it is important to mention that the Aryan nation was not created. That is why it is quite ironic that while the Germans were trying to get a grasp of a big area in the east, they are at the same time evicting the huge group of people. And now, unfortunately, the actions had the opposite effects. In 1944, a big migration of Germans has started. They also tried to solve a very concrete problem. They wanted to solve a problem of the states, what is called commissariat, and the plan was to have to evict about hundreds of thousands of Poles, but they managed to resettle only about 9,000 Germans. The topic is very huge, but I think that these post-colonial interpretations do not help us much in the explanation of the plans of the nationalism, German nationalism, where the Germans were acting very imperialistic without creating a really imperial, but they were also using very many buzzwords that derive from the imperialism, but they were the unintentional impulses to describe many activities of Germans in those days. Now, if we talk about the evictions and the resettlements, they were much related with the ethnic cleansing. If we think about the Polish-Ukrainian conflict, we see that starting from 1940, the Russians were trying to use mass resettlements to solve their own internal problems. That is why they have shifted the whole Polish population to the west and wanted to replace the Polish inhabitants of the eastern, of the western Ukraine with Ukrainians. And this is the idea that through a ethnic resettlement you can win something. This is a very spread ideology in both parties, and it's unfortunately not popular among totalitarian regimes. But the Polish exile government wanted to ban Germans from Silesia to import the Polish inhabitants there. And the Czech government wanted to do exactly the same. And after the Potsdam Conference, new state borders were decided upon, and at the same time the resettlements were being continued. And Stalin, who had absolutely no problems with resettling people, wanted to use these resettlements to guarantee the creation of the new states. He said that there will be a German that will have a revisionism, and he said that we do not need the Poles and the Czechs, and he wanted to make sure that Germans won't come back. I'm just about to get to the end now, and if we look at these numbers, we can also see many hundreds of millions of those affected, about 14 million Germans, and that were affected by the resettlements, but these numbers are very often put in question because it is whether somebody is considered to be resettled. And then we had about 15,000 Germans. We can hear the translation now. I'll just try again in German. Sorry, because my telephone is ringing, so let me turn it off.
Okay. Sorry. So
now,
also die Zahl der Vertriebenen.
The amount of those,
also 250.000 Deutsche, die aus Dänemark nach Deutschland
the amount of people displaced depends on the category of the definition of displaced people, because we have different displaced people from Austria to Germany. They are considered being displaced, but half of them were have left the motherland in 1940, but the German statistical administration considers the definition of those displaced to be those who have left Germany without being forced to do that. The well-known number of displaced people says that about 2 million of Germans died because of being displaced, but this number is also put in question because if you search through the archives in the 50s and 60s, then it was supposed to be about 600,000 to 800,000 confirmed deaths, and they were. These were also the number that I'd like to point out as the most credible, and that as the number that is scientifically proven. I've been talking enough now, and thank you for your attention. Thank you for this very compact, but also a very innovative description of this phenomena of the biggest migration in the history of humankind. And now we're crossing to the question related to the contemporary. I'd like to ask Dr. Katarina Krachmalova I'd like to ask her not just about what is happening in Ukraine now during the war, and during the war against the Russian Federation, but I also like to ask you about the migration that was forced by Russians and about other forms of forced migration, which is the flight from the military activities. You are researching this topic directly, and you are also engaged as a and I could describe your activity as in a simplified terms as a social activity. And we can talk about also the migration of Ukrainians, Poles, and ex-Soviet citizens. And for Ms. Krakhmalova, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear organizers, dear ladies and gentlemen, learned colleagues. It's my pleasure to be here. I got stuck in Frankfurt, but I'll do the best I can. And I'm really happy to be able to discuss these topics to you, as dear to me was an expert and also as a fresh, unfortunately, war refugee myself. So I'll start my short speech presentation with two observations, or maybe even two paradoxes. One of them is basically there is nothing new under the sun. So in order to explain and to make closer for you current forced migration, which is a military strategy and state policy in the current Russian-Ukraine war on the Russian side, I need to go back actually to Soviet times and then to independent Russia and show you how some of these things, they just repeat over and over again. But on the other hand, I'd like to talk not only about law and history, but also about some human moments, about some human emotions, leading of which I think would be hope. Because if we take a look at how actually powerless both deportees were back then in Soviet Union forced migrations and later at the beginning of the 21st century already, and what actually is already being done and can still additionally be done now in order to actually aid those people becoming forcefully transferred or deported today, we'll see that actually a lot has changed. And also I had this quiet moment of reflection today while listening to my previous, to you as my colleagues, to previous presenters, because we have come as a society, as people live in different states, as scientists, lawyers, practitioners, quite a long way, because we have come from international treaties which actually resulted in forced transfers of population from one country to another, to current state of affairs, where actually I, as a lawyer, when I hear about forced transfers and displacements, I think first thing which comes to my mind, which I think is that these are the crimes. And which crimes and how we can classify them, I'll come back in about a minute. First, historical short review. So that's actually also quite a ambitious task, because just to give a few numbers, in the Soviet Union, there were 53 forced migrations, and here I mean forced transfers or deportations of population, 53 campaigns. And these campaigns are grouped, and they consist of operations, about 130 operations. Basically, this is the numbers which we have in slightly more than 30 years. So from the young Soviet state from 1990 till effectively the death of Stalin in 1953. And basically, in terms of numbers of affected people, I used the numbers given by Pavel Polan in his book on history and geography of forced migrations in the USSR. And there basically there are three numbers which he combines, giving us 14.5 million of people affected. And this huge number consists of three parts. So that's those people who suffered from forced migrations as an internal policy, as an external policy, and then also those resetters who have come basically to those empty lands and empty places. Obviously, I will not go over these 53 forced migration campaigns in detail. but all of them have 6 things in common. So basically, usually there was a centralized decision-making, they were targeting specific groups of people, and those groups were selected based either on ethnicity, nationality, religious affiliation, then also class, or as last category, some imagined ideas back from Soviet Union times. Then they were they had particular territories on which they were being carried out, given time frame. Always they were combined with some form of coercion, sometimes outright violence, and according to a plan. And what is important and what serves us actually as a helpful tool is that in majority of these cases, there was actually a legal act according to which this whole campaign operation was being carried out. In terms of those who were deported during these times, and in terms of class, we had Cossacks, kulaks, scholars, landowners, meaning Ukrainian insurgent army, family members, and then bandits, bandit abettors, anti-Soviet elements, so-called spongers or tuniatsi, living not from, let's say, their work under army members, and some other groups of people based on nationality and ethnicity. I mean, we had Finns, Poles, Koreans, Kazakhs, Germans, Kurds, Jews, Iranis, Karachais, Kalmyks, and many more. And then there were religious groups such as the True Orthodox Christians, Jehovah's Witnesses, then Innocentivci and Reformer Adventists. And according to these various ideas of the communist leaders and whoever stood on their way was actually forcefully displaced. I mean, we had resettlement to communism construction sites, so-called Stroiki Komunizma, Sovietization and cleansing of frontiers, preventive deportations, retreat deportations from Crimea, North Caucasus in 1942, and then from the frontline regions in 1944, and then forced repatriations. So in terms of consequences, obviously we have them on micro, meso, and macro level. And in terms of micro level, individual human consequences, most often they resulted in trauma and basically intergenerational very difficult histories being told or being actually silenced. And then in terms of meso level consequences, then basically there was increase in mixed marriages and then urbanization, but also overall population decline. And at the macro level, as an economic strategy, actually all these forced migrations have caused much bigger economic losses than the gains they were, according to propaganda, actually aimed to achieve. So one ethnical national group I have not mentioned among those targeted were Ukrainians, and obviously they were en masse forcefully resettled, deported, arrested, forcefully transferred. And there were at least 3 areas, 3 waves how it was done. So we have 1920s, where young Soviet state tries to get rid of Ukrainian intellectual elites. Then we have 1930s, where there is a process of collectivization, and Ukrainians do not want to be in kolkhoz. Peasants oppose collectivization. They don't want to be in the Soviet state as such. So we have lots and lots of rebellions, and those rebellions are actually crushed by artificial famine of 1932, 1933. And here's the number of victims of this famine. They range depending on the method, how they calculated, from 3.9 to 7 million Ukrainian people. And then we have 1939 and 1940s, basically forced migrations. And here we're talking about deportations after the Soviet Union invaded Western Ukraine. And then we had waves of Western Ukrainians being sent to Kazakhstan, to Far East. And then also, obviously, we have a tragedy of Crimean Tatar people and their forced deportation in 1944. And all these things basically occur but they unfortunately have not stayed back then in dark Soviet times. And I would like to give you two illustrations of already modern independent Russian state and actually two instances of forced migrations in our time already. So one of them comes from Grozny, 1999, Second Chechen War. Civilians, Chechen civilians are ordered to evacuate from Grozny, and then there's supposed to be a 5-day basically cease of bombardment. But on the second day, when they start to move, basically it renews. Back then, there is also another specific feature which was observant during this flare from Grozny, and which we see nowadays in Russian-Ukrainian war, which is filtration points or filtration sites. And this is very important that basically we can see this, trace it, prove it, because as it was already mentioned today during the classification of migrations, that there are evacuations which are benign. So there is this excuse in international law that if basically the aim is to take civilians out of the harm's way during military hostilities, then we are talking about evacuation which is actually justified. And the fact that there are filtration points, filtration sites that there were then and there are now shows that intent is actually quite different. It's not the noble benign aim, but that's the aim which helps us to prove together with other elements that's one of the crimes being committed. Then a second illustration of modern day forced migration. This is a situation coming from Aleppo. And especially the situation around Aleppo and Russian military involvement observed in 2017 and 2018, when basically there was forced displacement. It was classified as a war crime. We do have international documents stating this fact, but in both of these instances, in both Grozny of 1999 and Aleppo in 2017, 2018, in spite of the proper classification of what has occurred, then actually there was no investigation and no mention of the ones who bore the guilt for these occurrences. However, in current Russian-Ukrainian situation, I'm a little bit more hopeful. And I'll try to explain why. We do have from various sources, both academic, investigative journalists, then also governments of different states and Ukrainian government, corroborated data that we are currently talking about 3.6 million Ukrainians subjected to deliberate forced transfer or deportation to either territory of the Russian Federation or Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory. And there are 27 filtration camps that those people being forcefully transferred or deported have to go through. And then usually there is interrogation, and this movement ends either with detention and they disappear, or deportation to Russia. And there is excellent, in my view, article of Colvin and Orchard from this year on these things. And then basically, so you see there is this historical continuity. There was these filtration points in Chechnya. They are now in occupied parts of Ukraine made by Russian occupying forces. And then basically, how do we classify, how can we describe those forced transfers and deportations? First of all, in terms of differentiating them, it has been blurred lately, but I still feel and I'm inclined to differentiate them according to the way that International Tribunal for former Yugoslavia did, meaning that for me deportations are those which occur outside of the state's territory, and forced transfers occur, let's say, from one occupied temporarily area of Ukraine to another one, for example, from Crimea to Donbass. And then when we talk about those forced transfers and deportations, then they actually can be classified as either war crimes, and here we have all this body of international humanitarian law, or they can be classified as crimes against humanity, in particular deportations from the ICTY statute, or also if we are talking about forced transfers of children and giving them, placing them in another ethnic group with the purpose of actually wiping out their memory and sense of belonging, then we can talk about it as a genocidal act, both according to the Genocide Convention and then in accordance with the International Court or International Criminal Court's statute. So in terms of what is being done, what recent developments we have and what can be done, actually, we as international community are not that powerless anymore. We states that we represent are not powerless. So there is the case on so-called Ukraine situation before the International Court of Justice, and it did issue an arrest warrant against Mr. Putin and Ms. Lvova Belova, who is Russian Commissioner for Children's Rights, in March of this year, which for me is remarkable in terms of how usually international public law is slow. In this case, it was really fast and determined. And a puzzle which I think this case presents is why, out of all hideous crimes that we sometimes have witnessed almost in real time, Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol, Izium, and so many others, this particular case was chosen as basically main focus to begin with. Why about children? I think we already know half of the answer, because deportation of children is so harmful and so specific that it might amount to genocidal acts. But then also because in this particular case, actually the proof which was beyond reasonable doubt for this whole proceedings to start was given by the Russian authorities, basically live on TV by themselves when there was a transmitted meeting with propaganda purposes, when basically the order for this deportation of Ukrainian children was given, was received, and basically that was one of very solid pieces of evidence that further, I believe, convinced the International Criminal Court in this regard. Then also we do have a case, Ukraine and Russia, before the International Court of Justice. So responsibility of states and this aspect international level. Then also we do have some internal proceedings in Ukraine in connection with current forced displacements. And then also, obviously, it is also possible that there will be some prosecutions for these forced transfers and deportations in other countries having universal jurisdiction. So at least there are 4 avenues in which these things are actually, it's possible to properly evaluate and punish, and probably it might have also preventive effect for future generations. And as I don't want to run out of time, I just would like to tell for those of our guests who are interested to learn more and to actually continue to monitor the situation. I work on a project which particularly is dedicated to influence of this war on family lives of Ukrainian migrants, and I'm also very passionate about child protection and why these child deportations especially move me. Ukraine does have a portal which is official and has daily updatable data in English, Russian, Ukrainian. It is called Children of War. So that's a good resource. And then also we do have obviously OSCE report on these child deportations, and then PASA resolution. And then there is very strong Ukrainian NGOs, MINA, and they have reports also in English, quite frequent, on both adult and child deportations, but also what is also hopeful and useful, they offer strategies how these deportations can be countered, which I think is also valuable. Yeah, and I think I must stop here.
Danke schön. Das war sehr beeindruckend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Very
This was
impressive
very
and full of information.
impressive.
And the tradition has been also the tradition of Russian deportations. Forced deportations is very long and well known, and I'm thinking about the Polish history from the 17th century. But this leads us to the other group of questions. I don't know whether you want to answer those, but this is about the remembrance, about recalling the forced migrations. They are always related with the forceful banning people from the countries. And very often they also the people that are the subject of those forced migrations are treated brutally. And this just reminds me of how important it is to talk about forced migration, because this very often leaves a very hard traumas in the memories of these people. So it's not a wonder that as these events are being then recalled in many different forms. I'm thinking Miss Dr. Christina Gitt-Gaudeiter has also committed most part of her research to the remembrance and to the illustration of the migration from the beginning of the 20th century that was related to Turkey and Greece. Please tell us more about that. I know that the doctor can talk for long about this topic, but please watch your time, because we don't have that much time left. And would still want to give the audience a possibility to ask questions. So please go ahead.
Sure. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, speaking like kind of memory of these events in Greece has been a focus of my research for nearly a decade now. And kind of in a metaphorical way, again, I often refer to it like a Smyrna in your pocket is like what is left of memory. Even in the 70s, one of the prominent anthropologists who did research on these refugees, she says memory is was their most precious belonging. So actually many of these people, all they came with was their memories, right? And then this was also the thing that got passed on from generation to generation. It can manifest itself in various ways in Greece. First of all, it for sure constitutes a distinct identity marker. Up until today, the descendants of refugees, often they would say, you know, like, yes, I'm from Asia Minor, and name like one or the other place with a sense of pride. So it is really something to be rather proud of. It also has deep cultural influences, and especially in music. So there is a big tradition of music that actually kind of is carried over and then meets the music of Greece at the time and kind of survives also until today. Some of it is also shared between Greece and Turkey as well. So music also constitutes a shared heritage and something, despite the national borders, it manages to kind of cross these borders between Greece and Turkey. And then it also is a salient reference point in contemporary politics and society. And like in my wider project, actually, I started off from this debate over a history textbook, which largely kind of focused on the history of the Greco-Turkish War. And the effect of that debate was so huge that allegedly, even back then in 2007, it influenced the election results. Was like, at least it was definitely one of the major points during the election campaign by different parties, their stance on that history textbook. And even, like 7 years, 8 years later, when I was conducting my fieldwork, without being prompted, people would also bring me up this book in all sorts of different contexts. But in order not to burden you with much detail, I thought I will choose just one example from a more contemporary context. And here I wave to our team to show the first photograph. I'm curious if anybody actually has seen this photograph before? No. Okay, good. So this was a photograph taken by Lefteris Partselis in the midst of the so-called refugee crisis in 2015. And there you can see quite clearly is three grannies that actually are descendants of refugees from Asia Minor on the island of Lesbos, caring for refugee baby. And the mother of this baby, you can see on the side, quite relaxed. Immediately, kind of this photograph, when it was taken, was embraced as a moment of solidarity. And it was mediated as such, kind of spread across the public sphere. It was actually also quite quickly co-opted. And here I would like to show the second photo, and I wave to the team. And became a background over the bailout negotiations between Martin Schulz and Alexis Tsipras. So here we can actually see, how memory can function in so many different ways. And actually, memory is a tool. And then, it is up to kind of people and community to decide what they are going to do with this tool and how they are going to use it. And this is actually kind of the final point that I wanted to bring kind of forth to our discussion, to be mindful that kind of we all have different memories depending on our own identities and roots kind of taken. And we all have these toolboxes. And therefore, the ways how kind of the futures of these memories are determined is also kind of a shared responsibility. Yeah, this was the point that I wanted to kind of bring forward.
Danke schön. Das waren sehr interessante.
Thank you. That was a very interesting statement. And now, Aneta Primaka-Onyszk, you've mentioned that bieżeństwo is mostly forgotten, but it plays or maybe it played an important role in the private memories of the victims of this great migration. And I had no idea about this dimension of it before that. honestly saying. So now, in the contemporary days, are there any forms of organized memorization of this migration?
The process of recovering the memory started in the 100th anniversary of bieżeństwo. It was before the 2015, and it was started by the third and fourth generation. People from the Belarusian minorities in Poland, they knew about bieżeństwo. I'm the one person of these people because it's my own roots. And all life we knew about bieżeństwo, but nobody told us anything more. Our grandfathers, grandmothers. So it was the question: what's really happened, and how do it involve us? How do how does it force our how does it form our identity? And this process started. It was very spontaneous. It was books, movies, documentaries. It was a project with collecting memory, collecting the interviews. And it was the time when the problem of migrations reached Europe. Migrants reach Europe and Poland. So for us, and not for only us, for our Polish colleagues, for Polish society, it started to be not only the story about past, but about the reality too. Especially now, it's important because this part of next generation of refugees live in the northeast part of Poland, next to Polish-Belarusian borders, and especially now where this crisis, migration crisis, is going on this territory. Many people which was involved in the movement of recover the memory of bieżeństwo started to organize the help for migrants, for migration, for people who need the help. And very often they said that it's a kind of paying off the debt of that our grandmothers received the help from society, Russian, Ukrainian societies, where they were hosted. And to finish, I say the story that I know the people who started to recover own family history, and they knew that their grandmother spent bieżeństwo in the territory of Ukraine, and for them it was obvious that now that the memory about past is just helping to Ukrainian people, to Ukrainian refugees. So I think that it was this is the process all the time, and this process which meet the present. The present.
Dankeschön, sehr interessant. Es zeigt, wie nach 100 Jahren die Erinnerung an solche Migration ebenfalls wirksam ist. Das ist sehr, sehr, sehr neu für mich. Das war, was Frau
Well, it shows how important the remembrance about this process is, even after so many years. It is very important that the society remembers about that even without the monuments and so on. And I would like to go over to the German reality where the remembrance about the forced migration, what we call in Germany Flucht und Vertreibung, so flight and expulsion, a very important topic is, this is a topic that I've studied. There are some regional museums on that, and there are different other forms of remembrance. And the remembers about the events and also about the motherland. And in case of bieżeństwo, it was a story about millions. And Mr. Lenstedt, how would you describe this memory, remembrance about this very difficult period? Well, in Germany, this is not forgotten. What's interesting is that, in fact, and after 1945, it was more present than today. So part of the population has already forgotten about that now. But before that, those expelled displaced were very often gathering in the areas from which they were forced out, and we also have centers created in the remembrance of this movement. On one hand, we are talking about those displaced, but on the other hand, and there are very many scientific institutes who are researching this phenomenon, but still we have a feeling among many German citizens, the feeling of not being recognized, not being accepted. And this is how it's being perceived. This is sort of a perception, and that is why we had a very strong wish to create something like a national remembrance. And in fact, in 2009, when this fund was created, sort of a fund of our foundation was created, this has caused anger among politicians, because for years the politicians have been trying to not to recognize the other nice border, and they wanted to go back to the previous borders. And in the 90s, when the European Union was created, it has been transformed into a topic of how to live, how to have good relations with the neighbor country. So good relations between Poland and Germany. And for 4 years now, we have this new museum on that, and a new exhibition. It took a long time to prepare it. And the fact that it has lasted so long to create it, that on one hand, the generation that has still those memories that sort of remembered these days is already dead. And on the other hand, we wanted to build a museum, and I wanted to underline it again. This is not a museum of the a society of those displaced. This is a federal museum, and they have their own museum. But it was about to create a museum in the framework of which we could find a dialogue with our neighboring countries, Poles and Czechs. And this museum has been created later on, but one must say that it was created too late, because self-critically we must say that we're talking in generally about migration and flight, not just about Germans. Of course, it's focused on the Germans after 1945, but the problem is that there are people who simply cannot visit this museum anymore because they are simply dead. So we have a museum that was created very late, but it could also not be created earlier. I could talk about this topic for a long time, but we don't have that much time available. Well, when we want to talk about it, I must mention that I'm always fascinated with the effects of the impact of the state support. For example, also related to the Polish government, who has not supported creation of centers for the displacement of Polish population, and this has also, so to say, cancelled a few forms of remembrance. After the transformation in the 19th, we had a very short awakening of this remembrance, but now it's died again. And this now we also have very troubled relations with Lithuania and Ukraine that we have to consider. I'd like to add something to that. In the communist Poland, we didn't have remembrance about problems with Ukraine and Lithuania, but this is very similar to what has happened in the DDR. And this is mostly related to the Western Germany. In Eastern Germany, there's no such processes going on. Poland also has Gdynia, and it has a museum of migrants there, like we have one in Bremenhaven, but there is no museum of displaced nation in Poland. We have the museum of those banned to Siberia, but we don't have any museum for the displaced population. So one must say that we have the German foundation of the flight displacement and expulsion, but we do not have something like that in Poland. And this our foundation is actually mentioning more about the problems in Poland than it is mentioned in Poland itself. Maybe in such institution could be created in, so to say, Western areas. One more thing is the remembers of the forced migration caused by Russia or by the Soviets. You've also mentioned that there is a museum of those banned to Siberia. When I wanted to explain those Polish listeners that there is two meanings of the word Siberia, or there is a word Siberia, and this is a geographical term, and in itself it's neutral. it's simply a part of Russia or Eurasia, but there also is a Sibir, which is reminding the Russian word Siberia. And this word in Polish means the place of suffering, the place of expulsion, displacement, torture, and bad treatment of those banned to this area. So in the Polish perception, it's about the policy of Russian deportation, and it's very deeply anchored in our memories, the memories of Poles. So I can tell you a long story about that. Archetype of the displacement of Sibir. Now, Dr. Krakhmalova, I wanted to ask you to tell us a bit about if there are any institutionalized forms of remembrance of the forced migration caused by Russians or Soviets in Ukraine.
Thank you. So here I need
this
to
is very interesting.
I think I need to be very transparent here that I'm not a memory scholar, neither am I a historian. So here I'll just reflect on my more personal observations. So it will be a private opinion, obviously, which is informed by, let's say, scientific background. So I think that, first of all, whenever we're talking about memory in Ukraine, about different historical events, including repressions and forced migrations, then this is a memory which was never lost, but it was silenced and repressed and then revived. So it's a generational thing, because basically it was not possible that much to talk about these Soviet deportations, repressions, arrests, artificial famine up until 80s. Which means that basically our grandfathers of, let's say, my generation, they were victims or witnesses of it, or grandparents. Then our parents were the ones who didn't know about it because it was not allowed to tell even in the family, because kids could have said something somewhere and their whole life trajectory of family would change. And then basically it was already after the Orange Revolution, I think, when it was taken to a higher state level, not to be political here, but I think in terms of bringing back memory about this artificial famine, which was partially caused also by forced displacements and forced immobility of not allowing people to go to cities where they actually had high chances to survive. And this whole planned collectivization, which obviously was the mechanism behind this artificial famine. Then I think it was brought to life at the state level by President Yushchenko after the Orange Revolution. And then obviously there is this museum of Holodomor, genocide of Ukraine. And then we do have a day of commemoration. This year we not celebrate, but we remember 19th anniversary. We have tradition of putting a candle on the window, like all nation at 4 p.m. puts this candle, and this is a candle in memory of those who have deceased and those from other families who we can recall or whose stories we know. So I think this is intergenerational, which so we as basically grandchildren were the first ones to ask our grandparents about it because our parents couldn't. So this artificial famine, Holodomor genocide, so there is official day when we remember about it. And then also, I think even for those, for our parents, for whom this memory was not conveyed directly, when it was repressed, when it was silenced, it still did influence them, and they kept this influence on us through our attitude to food. I think that in many, many nations, food is basically universal expression of love and care and hospitality. But I do believe that for those Ukrainians whose families went through artificial famine, attitude to food, to bread, which comes up in many family situations, traditions, sayings. It was changed forever, and it is like this till this moment. Then I do think that some acts of currently military acts on the Russian side, like targeting grain terminals, that's actually a stark reminder of the Holodomor, and it revives many of memories from that time. It revives even those memories which are not our own, but which are our families or our nations. And then I think another important both date on the state level and then important memory to carry on. This is a memory of deportation of Crimean Tatars in 1944, because they lost their homeland back then. They were actually forced by annexation of Crimea after 2014 to leave it again. And then they are one of the groups especially standing strong and especially patriotic, but also especially targeted currently during already the full-scale war. So there is a Remembrance Day of the deportation, which is in May, and that's also an officially celebrated date. And one last thing that I also wanted to add in terms of this, let's say, institutionalized memory, that in terms of Holodomor artificial famine in Ukraine, it was both, let's say, established as an official memory day, but then also we did have an official court decision in 2010, where actually all mechanism behind this crime, perpetrators, all in the most universal, obviously, and legal form, how it could have been done, but they were named. And I think it's very important in terms of not only memory, but also responsibility.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön. Ich gucke mit Besorgnis auf.
Thank you very much.
I'm looking
at the watch with worry. Because now we have about 15 minutes for possible questions and for our own exchange of views among the panel members. So please go ahead. And I'd like to ask Dr. Dziewanowski-Stefańczyk for help. How could we organize a debate? Well, not a debate, a discussion in this case. So this is open question and answer sessions.
Can collect them. Maybe let me begin using the right of the moderator to ask the first question to Professor Ras, who is soon leaving us. So I would like to ask a very broad, but also, I think, timely question, that is, migrations are an extremely important feat for populist parties, not only in Europe, but also worldwide. So how would you disarm this argument, this potential, this conflicting potential of migrations?
I think if I had the answer to that question, I would be helicoptered to the UN headquarters. No. Well, we've been discussing it. We've been discussing it all afternoon. We've been seeing from some points I mentioned in my lecture to the fascinating talks and discussion we heard later on that as migration unfolds as a socio-historic process in different formats, being displacement, deportations, refugeedom, or economically driven migration of so-called immigrants, the production of its meaning is always part of that, being in memories on the individual level, as you referred to, or on a collective level, always framed by structures like the state with its agency to create official memories and memorials, etc. And we've seen through the transformations also that Europe underwent in the past 30 years, how drastically, how entrenched these memory structures, if you will, or cultures of memory can be, and how drastically they can be challenged, uprooted, and probably turned into a hopefully more critical and more reflected opposite. That makes our lives very complex. At the same time, it can give us hope that we're not sentenced to follow the path dependencies of interpreting different forms of migration in the ever same ways. As I've tried to say, and we obviously do not know how to actually achieve this, because academic research provides the basic, probably at least reflected knowledge, and we have political discourses, media discourses, collective and individual processes interacting with it. So it's hard to achieve, but as we see that our perception, our interpretation, and our narration of meta-processes like migration that are actually part of our everyday lives, and as I said, the human condition, they change, so we can also hope to change them for the better. While listening to you, I did some math, and I mentioned the numbers that today there's probably 3.5% of world populations are rated migrants, and refugees are actually 10% of that number. And now set this against the way that perceive refugeedom right now as a threat, threatening our welfare, threatening political stability, whatever, and see how much political momentum can be gained on the probably conservative side to the far right side. How did I get here? But I did the math. So in the time that the panel was referring to, there were 2.5 billion people living on planet Earth, and we had probably 60 million displaced through the Second World War. That's about 2.5% of world population. But in a specific moment in time, the Second World War and its aftermath, all regular migration had ceased. Though it was a unique moment in a sense that not more people were migrating than usual, but all people migrating were probably victims of forced violence-induced mobility of some form. And in that moment, our whole perception of refugeedom and of being displaced changed, because in that moment we created the very institutions that to the day help us provide refuge to people under distress. The global migration regime for refugees, the global refugee regime, actually started in that minute. Right? We probably have not come to a very good solution of it, but we had a seminal moment where things changed, and we created something that provided a better solution to forced displacement than we had ever before. Of course, right now we see that there's forces at play dismantling these institutions, and they are quite successful. But coming to some sort of a conclusion, we have to keep working on the levels of academic discourse, academic knowledge production, of being part of the larger social debates and cultural debates in our respective societies and across those societies, and do everything we can against the revisionist impetus that tries to dismantle the ways, for instance, we had learned to care for refugees and perceive refugees, and hope that if we do that, the other narrative is not going to prevail. But other than keep trying, I have no advice. What is certain is that we have to keep fighting for everything we have achieved in that respect, in normalizing the fact that we're a mobile species and that we're living in artificially constructed containers, and overcome the interpretations of reality that is preset by these containers we perceive as political or even real realities. We have to keep trying in places like this and events like this, and keep negotiating. But there's no law we can pass that's going to change that. It's going to be people who to change that, and we have some very good examples for the efforts quite successfully on the panel today. So that's hope for you.
Yeah, I have a question to Mrs. Gedaude and then also to other panelists, if we can, or if no other ones. But yeah, if I try to make it short. Well, thank you for your presentation. You give us an impression how fragile the field of remembrance between Turkey and Greece still is. And I want to ask, or can you give us some insights about the milieu of historians in Turkey and in Greece? Are there some steps coming to terms of this difficult histories, or even on the NGO level? But it's interesting that you, as a scholar from outside, you have, well, I would argue, a neutral perspective on both sides. And what's about these textbooks you mentioned on 2007? I haven't heard it, or maybe I'm misinformed about that. That would be interesting. And just a very short question to Mrs. Primaka-Onisch. It was very interesting to hear about the Bierzenstwo. Although I'm also a bit occupied with Polish history, I don't know much about that. But is there any, well, official interest in coming to terms with this part also of Polish history? Well, Poland was at that time part of a Russian Empire and was affected, or Polish people were affected by that. My impression is that, well, the beginning of the First World War in Poland was not much, well, recognized, or was not much paid attention. The finish of the First World War, the year 1918, was paid much attention and overwhelming attention even, but the beginning of a war, because Poland was partitioned, there was not much. Can you give us some insights also from the official point of view of this very interesting part of Polish history?
It's my turn.
I just one more question, but I will be very quick. So first of all, just on this story of the sort of neglected story of the people from Poland, from the eastern territories that were, you know, resettled to the western, regained territories. Maybe there was one more solution for this: the Museum of History of Poland, which just opened, you know, 2 months ago, and I think they're still working on a permanent exhibition, so this could become a part of it. But a lot was said today about, you know, evolution of public international law, and maybe just as a also provocation, you know. And since we are 100 years after the Treaty of Lausanne, my question is it still imaginable that, you know, an agreement, a treaty on exchange of population would still be possible today under international law, if such a solution, of course a peaceful solution, not on forced migration, but an exchange of population, if this was to prevent a conflict, or if this was to help, you know, avoid atrocities. And you can probably imagine some conflicts that we have right now, and that, you know, some parties could be trying to argue that such a treaty could be a part of a peaceful solution. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe let's finish the question session, and let's start the answering question session.
Sure. Thank you very much for your questions. Basically, I mean, if we talk about, I'm much more expert on Greece rather than Turkey, but I do have some knowledge, so as much as I can, I will talk to that as well. Basically, if we talk about like memories of this event in Greece and Turkey, they do follow slightly different routes. In Turkey, it's mostly kind of a silenced history because at the moment of the establishment of a republic, really nobody wants to remember where the people came from. All the effort is focused on the nation building. And so these stories are not really part of the public discourse, if you want, and they only kind of emerge through family histories in the 1990s, mostly, so with a huge delay. And this is actually, culture does play a big role in opening the two. Like there is a specific novel that is published in the 1990s based on testimonies, and kind of that opens a way of sharing testimonies among many other people of this exchangee origin. And this is also when the foundation is established with that purpose, foundation of the exchanged people on Turkey, and they organize trips and to Greece, to the lands of their ancestors, for example. And so there is this kind of exchange on the civil society level, if you want. In Greece, because this is such an important moment in the national history, it kind of immediately gets picked up and dealt with, but from like a national history point of view, in a way. So while there are also refugee associations from the very early on, kind of the way this refugee memory is built, mostly follows the template of like the national history. So only memories that do fit into that template of national history kind of are picked up and embedded. And as one of such example, like very importantly, kind of the connection of these displaced people to kind of ancient Greek history is emphasized. So like the regions where they come from, they would be referred to by their ancient Greek names. And this is only because like kind of the ancient Greek heritage played such a big role in establishing Greece as a modern nation state, and kind of then it carries over. So there is, even if it's not silence, there's also certain silencing. So for example, the memories of people who had their first language as Turkish, these are virtually silenced. And even more silenced are the memories of people who left. So the Muslims who left Greece, you don't really hear much about them. Now the issue about the textbook, I think it opens us also a possibility to talk about the difference of memories between different generations. Kind of the main issue was about the depiction of this war. Kind of there was a specific phrase that was used in the book saying that like a lot of people crowded on the port of Izmir, trying to escape. And then it got picked up and said, how can you call such a dramatic event, such a violent event, a crowding? It was not a crowding. But essentially, when I talked to the team of these historians, they said, well, actually, we wanted to talk about kind of the atrocities and the suffering of the Greek people, but also kind of the atrocities committed by the Greek army while they were there too. And we couldn't do that. So instead, then, we chose not to mention it at all. And then when this happens, this big event kind of, and the debate around the textbook happens. So here we see kind of really the clash also between different generations of memory and how they approach history. So briefly, just to answer your question. Oh, and about, just very brief answer. Is it still possible to consider such a solution of an exchange of population? I mean, very much in the public debate. And as I said, in 1917, in the Balfour Declaration about Palestine, you can actually read in black and white, it's written that an example should be followed of Greeks and Turks and kind of partition Palestine in that way. And today, we also hear in the media this kind of solution being proposed. So it's very much, I don't know if it's possible to do it. Like, I'm not an international relations scholar, but I do see it proposed as a solution and discussed in the public sphere. So yeah. Still, we are dealing with legacies of Lausanne in 2023.
Maybe just shortly add what you said about silencing of this difficult memory of the atrocities on both sides. Well, in fact, Lausanne was probably the last treaty which had oblivion written into the very text of the treaty in one of the annexes. So just like the peace treaty in Westphalia, for example, it was one of many treaties, but probably the last one which spoke about forced forgetting. So maybe that is just a continuation of this oblivion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the question is the question about the involving of this refugeedom bieżeństwo in the Polish history. Of course, it was the story of Polish people too. It was especially the story of peasants, rural people, Belarusian, Ukrainian, but from the Polish governors, it was about 400 people which took part in this refugeedom. But the story of peasants wasn't involved. And this time is the most important in our history narrative is the regaining of the independence, and this process was no important from this point of view. I think that this process of restoring this history was started on the local levels, because I know a lot of people, for example, from Łomża area, where the bieżeństwo was an experience of about 100,000 people, that the local historians started to study this problem. In the beginning, there was, because it's a story of peasants, but in this refugeedom took part elites too, but they organized the whole. And in the interwar period, there was the present was a history about organizing it. But after the Second World War, it's just was not so important. But to finish, now we start to write the history from this people's point of view. And 1 month ago, the book was edited. It was the people's history of women, and the history of bieżanki, of women refugees, was involved in this story. So I hope it's a kind of beginning. Maybe it is possible with starting a new method, new view of history. Thank you.
Okay, we have very little time, but is there maybe one more burning question? Oh, or are we waiting for one more answer? Okay, I'm sorry.
Great. Ms. Krafmalova.
If I may, I just like to first of all thank you for very interesting question about possibility of conclusion of international agreement, which would stipulate that there will be a population swap. So I do believe that from the perspective of these hundreds of years that we actually went forward, it would be not possible on human rights ground. And as an example, I would, let's say, as an argument, I would take, for example, both the European Convention of Human Rights and the German Constitution, its first article. And here I'm talking about dignity. Because I think that was a change in paradigm. I mean, yes, obviously, states are still main actors in international public law, but the states actually do have to uphold this dignity, which also includes freedom. And this freedom is a freedom to choose where to live. So I think on these grounds, actually, this, let's say, agreed above the heads of the people decisions about exchanges of population would not be possible in modern times.
Vielen Dank. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Well, in that case, thank you so much for the great discussion, especially our lonely panelists sitting with us. And let's meet...
Ich schließe mich dem Dank an, dass das war sehr freundlich von
Ich wollte nur sagen, dass das sehr freundlich. I wanted to say that this was a very friendly gesture from me, and I have a lot of experience in this topic. So thank you. Thanks to all the panelists.
6 for the second discussion. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. So let's start the second panel, which focuses on less politically controlled, more individually planned, so-called voluntary population movements. The panel is moderated by John Beecham, who is a Polish-British journalist. He worked for Polish radio for over a decade and currently produces podcasts for the Polish press agency. He teaches journalism and has also worked on a number of innovative audio projects in both Polish and English, including geolocated soundwalks for culture.pl. He's one of the founders of Free Range Productions and independent audio storytelling company. And fun fact, you can also hear his voice on the Warsaw subway. So let's listen to him carefully. The floor is yours.
Oh, wow, it's working. Yes, many thanks for that very kind introduction. It's a real pleasure to be here. Yes, and my voice might sound familiar to those of you who are in Warsaw on a regular basis, as I have, let's say, the infamous zaszczyt, we say in Polish. I can't even remember how to say that in English anymore. We're supposed to show it. So sorry? Honor, thank you. Thank you. This is great. I'm getting some language tuition as well in my native language. Yes, so it's an honor, but unfortunately, if you have a chance to go to Warsaw, do keep your ears peeled, because I'm the person that tells everyone to change trains in certain places. Anyway, my name is John, and it's actually, I wanted to think of some sort of a quippy remark to begin this session with, such as I'm a product of European migration, from the 20th century, but even going back to the 11th century, as my forebears came over with William the Conqueror to the United Kingdom, or to England in the 11th century. And also, I just wanted to throw a kind of comment out there to begin with, because we've been talking about forced migration and voluntary migration. Today we've been talking about that. And I just wanted to kind of quickly throw something out there, which I was talking with Dr. Jawanowski-Stefańczyk earlier, about how my mother emigrated from Poland to the UK in the 1970s, and I'm kind of thinking, well, was it forced migration or was it voluntary migration? She obviously had the agency to leave Poland in the 1970s, but obviously, and so you can't really say that it was forced migration, but at the same time, you know, life would have been slightly harder for her had she stayed in Poland in the 1970s. So I'm just kind of thinking, you know, where does this boundary lie between you know, forced migration and voluntary migration? But enough about me. I'm here simply to moderate this discussion. It's an absolute pleasure to be here and to introduce our panelists for today. We have 3 here with us, and we have 2 online. You can see behind me. Yes, a wave there. Thank you. So first up, I just want to kind of give you an idea of how we will be dealing with this panel today. So first of all, I will give a brief introduction to the speakers, and then I would ask each speaker, after I introduce them, to say hello and then give their 5-minute presentation, which I asked them to prepare a few days ago. So let's begin. We have some time in front of us. First of all, I would like to introduce Professor Maciej Duszczyk, who is with us online. He is a researcher at the Center for Migration Research in the Faculty of Political Science and International Studies at the University of Warsaw. He is chairman of the Council of the University of Gdańsk in the term 2021-2024. He is also vice rector for research at the University of Warsaw from 2016 to 2020. And earlier he was deputy Director of the Analysis Department of the Office of the Committee for European Integration. Between 2014 and 2016, and then from 2020 to 2021, he was a member of the Scientific Policy Committee, which he also chaired. Between 2008 and 2011, he was a member of the team of strategic advisors to Prime Minister Donald Tusk, and between 2012 and 2014, chair of the team for the development of Polish migration policy in the Chancellery of the President of the Republic of Poland. Between 2014 and 2015, a visiting professor at the Martin Luther University in Halle-Wittenberg and the Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, head of the grants funded, among others, by the National Science Center and the Polish-German Foundation for Science. A scholarship holder of the Jean Monnet Project and the Karl Duisberg Gesellschaft and the Committee for Scientific Research. It is an honor to have you here and such an academic heavyweight as well. So Professor Dustrik, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this very kind invitation, and I'm really sorry that I could have been present in Bremerhaven. But after cancellation of pre-flights, it was impossible to come to Bremerhaven. And that's why I welcome from Warsaw. And tomorrow, when I will travel by metro, by subway, I will really listen to the voice from the metro. Okay, I have only, as you said, I have only 5 minutes, and please. Let me focus mainly on Poland, because Poland, as you probably know, is the country which shifted its status from typical emigration country into immigration one. You mentioned that I was employed in the Office of the Committee for European Integration. It is the Ministry of European Affairs in the past, but we don't have now such ministry. But before the negotiation, just after the negotiation, our membership with the European Union, we had such ministry. And of course, in that time, we focused mainly on immigration. But that now, of course, immigration, also the economic immigration, labor migration, is very important for us. But as you know, the 20th century has been called the age of migration by one of the most eminent researchers of migration processes, Stephen Castles. Of course, 2 world wars contributed to it, but also the unprecedented economically motivated migration of the early 1960s and 1970s. Poland, practically throughout the 20th century, was an emigration country on the map of either European or world migration. On the top of that, between 1946 and 1953, it was a country which was practically closed. A friend of mine, a historian dealing with migration, Dariusz Stola, describes Poland at the time as the country without an exit. Virtually every Pole has had a migration experience, if only through the incident employment of himself, as myself, for example, or relatives when abroad. This also applies to me, as I said. Back in 1988, I was still planning to emigrate permanently from Poland. My plans were changed by Poland regaining its sovereignty. Eventually, I ended up picking strawberries in Sweden in the early 90s, but also working at several universities already as migration researchers in the 21st century. A decisive change in the perception of Poland on the migration map of the world was brought about by the 21st century. On the one hand, Poland's accession to the EU generated a huge wave of economic migration. On the other hand, however, since the beginning of the second decade of the 21st century, Poland has begun to transform itself into a country that is very attractive to immigrants, especially from Eastern Europe, but not only. It now has all the typical characteristics of an immigration state. As I can say, prove we are now typical immigration country. Of course, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has contributed to this. First in 2014 and full-scale aggression in 2022. However, it should not be forgotten that Poland has practically since 2010 had one of the most liberal selective policies to encourage foreigners to take up employment in the labor market. This applies mainly to Ukrainians, Belarusians, Georgians, Moldovans, and Armenians. Currently, there are approximately 3 million foreigners living in Poland. More than 2 million of them are employed. This is a very high figure. It also includes war refugees from Ukraine. But what is absolutely necessary, before 24 February 2022, we had in Poland 1.3 million Ukrainians, mainly economic migrants from Ukraine, 1.3 million. That's why now we have little bit more than 2 million Ukrainians, but this number is divided into two parts. Who were refugees, it is 1 million, and people who came to Poland before 24th of February, it is another million. Special regulation targeting who were refugees in the context of the discussion, in the context of the discussion on the specifics of migration in Poland, I would like to draw attention to two phenomena. Although they do not apply only to Poland, but rather to the entire EU. Special regulation targeting war refugees from Ukraine have been adopted, temporary protection directive. The reasons for such a decision are obvious, but at the same time, we have forgotten about the Belarusians in this context. Therefore, it is now possible for Ukrainian to go back to Ukraine for a while and visit her or his family or friends, and they return to the place of residence. For example, Poland, Germany, or other countries. This is also great hope that many of the Ukrainians will return to their country. This situation is completely different for Belarusians. If they or their relatives took part in the pro-democratic elections, demonstration concerning elections, then they cannot return to Belarus, even for a short time. If they do, they will most likely be arrested. So paradoxically, the situation of Belarusians in the EU is currently worse than the Ukrainians. It is important to realize this. Secondly, and it is I finish in 1 minute. Secondly, several European countries, including Poland, as I have already mentioned, have turned into an immigration country. But there is still a time of immigration in living memory. One would expect that this collective experience or collective memory would influence the perception of foreigners seeking a better life in our countries. Well, it turns out that this is not the case. We have quickly forgotten that we ourselves were emigrants. Even in the case of their very positive attitudes towards the influx of Ukrainians to Poland, this was mainly determined more by the awareness of having a common enemy, such as aggressive Russia, rather than by our own emigration experience and the search for a peaceful place to live. Surely this phenomenon needs a better explanation. Maybe I stop now, and then of course I will come back to the exchange our views and sharing our views and of course discussion with audience. Thank you very much.
Properly. Is that okay? Is that pronunciation good? Okay. We're just going to carry on then. Professor Schwick is a research professor at the Institute for Sociology and Professor Emeritus at the ELTE University in Budapest. His major research fields are migration, informal economy, network capital, and xenophobia. Since 2005, is he a member of IMISCO, and in Hungary he is a member of various research committees and was the president of the Hungarian Sociological Association. In the past 10 years, he was the head of research of several EU projects, such as Concordia Discourse, EU-board regions, the EU 7th framework, that's the STYLE project, CISFAL, and the Bridges, Horizon 2020. I'd like to introduce you, and the floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure not to be there because I have a very bad headache. Sorry, so I better not to destroy your your feelings. I'll be brief because we agreed that you already introduced me quite well. I'll just tell you some details about the two ongoing projects I'm involved with. The first one is Unlikely Refuge, which is research run by the Masaryk Institute in the Czech Republic. And this is the emergence of the refugee regime in Hungary, the transformation of the system in, let's say, in the 1990s. Extremely interesting story because the Hungarian refugee system emerged from the blue. No one knew how to handle with refugees who appeared mostly from Romania, quite unexpectedly. And it was still at the beginning of this process, communism in Hungary or socialism in Hungary. So it was really a politically enthusiastic and completely unorganized situation when the first refugee regime emerged. When I wrote articles about this era, I gave the title of one of my papers that the era of innocence, because we were innocent. We didn't know anything about refugee regimes and law and financial issues. We just had to go from one day to the next day and solve the problem. So right now, under this project, we gather together all the existing materials. We make interviews with those who at that time were in power and who actually designed the system and try to understand what we did 30 years ago. No one can ask for a better thing for a scholar. The second research I'm involved in is Horizon 2020 research. The acronym is BRIDGES. And this is about the production of narratives and the circulation of narratives, migration discourse-related narratives all over, well, in 6 European countries. As far as Hungary is concerned, my position is extremely easy because all I have to do is to understand the Orban regime, and I use the two interrelated theories. One is informational autocracy, because I consider that Hungary is now an autocracy, and I use this informational autocracy theory because it fits very well to describe how narrative production, migration-related narrative production actually occur. On the other hand, I developed 7 years ago when the refugee crisis, so-called refugee crisis, was at its peak in 2015. I tried just to understand how the propaganda ministry of the Hungarian government at that time handled this issue. So I developed the theory of moral panic button, which is a special organization which creates the narratives for political purposes, to create fear, to create crisis, because that's the way how they can keep popularity and power intact. So since then, I already enumerated about 20 presses of this moral panic button, and all I do, I just describe these processes and try to generalize it, and warn all other countries who have the tendency to play around with the idea to have another type of autocracy, including Poland, but you seem to survive quite well, but also Italy and Israel, that this is an extremely dangerous extremely dangerous game to play. Thank you.
And the role of the media quite a lot during today's panel. Coming back to Bremerhaven now, and I would like to introduce our next speaker. It's Professor Aisa Guvelli. Hopefully I pronounced that properly. Professor Guvelli works in the Department of Sociology at the University of Warwick, researching inequality, migration, religion, and family. She has led international research projects such as the 2000 Families, which is published in she has published a book on intergenerational consequences on migration, socioeconomic, family, and cultural patterns of stability and change in Turkey and Europe. She received the ERC Consolidator Award to study the grandchildren of the pioneer labor migrants in Europe. And Aisa is also an expert for the European Commission's Gender Equality Unit. It's lovely to have you here, and the floor is yours. I think we have to wait for the sound guys to turn it on. I don't think I had to press anything. Let's see if yours works.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. It's really, really very interesting meeting with different specializations, and listening to people was, I mean, in the previous round. Thank you very much. And I actually should say that I did not know about this museum, and I have had a walk around. And so, and read that 7.2 million immigrants left from Germany from this port. And now we are talking about the benefits and of migration, which is migrants are seeing as a threat these days on different political spectrum, left, right, though they are seen as a threat. But on the other side, from your back, the politicians, they are allowing migrants to come in. Why is that? They need to, because we need migrants, right? Migrants move to improve their lives, and destination countries, I'm talking about like economic migrants, they need migrants to fill the gaps. We know in the UK, the NHS, and this is the health system. We have huge gaps in NHS. It's like long waiting list for me, for example, to get my daughter's ears tested. I had to wait for 1.5 years. So this, but I wanted to put this in perspective, seeing this museum and our history to search for prosperity, and that is the underlying mechanism in migration. So we need to see migration in that perspective. There are gains to it, and there are also damages for mostly migrants themselves as well. My research, I am a research mainly interested, my research mainly is about social inequalities. And so they mostly say it's not research, but me search. So you are after your history as well. I'm a second generation in a Turkish family from the Netherlands. So after my PhD, which was about new social classes, we were in gatherings in our family. We were mostly talking about, especially my mom used to ask, like, how would our lives be if we were to stay in Turkey? And so I was doing research on social class, but then I was also interested to know about that, about the answer. And reading about it, I discovered that in fact there was not research on that, especially in Europe. So I thought, let's find out then. And I developed the 2000 families research. Can you bring the picture about, yes, this one. So I went to Turkey with it was a huge budget, 2.5 million euros. I went to Turkey, to 5 regions there, screened the regions, found those guest workers who left for 10 European countries, as you see here. These are the main still main destination countries in Europe. And we screened those 5 regions and found those who went for the first time as guest workers. And then from the same regions, from the same age group, we also selected randomly those who could have gone to Europe but did not go, who stayed there. And then we found them, we found their children, and we found their grandchildren all over Europe, and even in US and Canada, interviewed them and found their lifestyles and outcomes, compared those who left to those who stayed in Turkey. So the question, can you take, okay, yeah. We obtained so many conclusions and findings, but because I've been asked to reflect on memory and how migration is impacting on generations and how their links are to origin country, I can show you from the data, these are only those who stayed in Europe. You see that the third generation, or let's start from the first generation, the guest workers here, the grandfathers, we asked them, where do you want to be buried when you die? And you see that 100% of them wanted to go to Turkey. And then in the second generation, that percentage was dropped to 97, but still, as you see, very, very high. And then in third generation, it was 95%, very, very high. I must say, the third generation was very young, was not really thinking about dying, but still, I mean, they did not really consider that, I think, where do I want? But they did answer that they wanted to go. But if you do the other one, we also asked them whether they vote for Turkish elections. As you see, the guest workers, the grandfathers, like 75% vote in Turkish elections. That drastically drops in the second generation to, can you read that? 25%. And in the third generation, the grandchildren, they, you see, they only vote, only 8% vote in the Turkish. They could vote, but only 8% do so. So we see, what I would like to say is you see 2 pictures here, yeah? It's not straight that they are so much, they are so much close to Turkey and only involved, because this is the discussion, right? Like 95% of Turkey origin people are Muslim, that they are not integrating. But it's not one picture, one line. It's complex, and this is what I like to emphasize, is that migration has had benefits for migrant families. So that was what I wanted to learn. Being second generation, I am somebody here. This is, you see here, for example, and the highest benefits is for women. You see here those non-migrants. 21% of women who stayed in those regions are in paid employment. This decreases to 33% when they move within Turkey. So migration increased their likelihood to be in paid employment. And those who moved with their parents to Europe, 42% of them are in paid employment. And if they were born in European countries, 63% are in paid employment. So you see that migration increases the likelihood of women earning their own money. What I would like to emphasize is if you go, I would like to ask you all, do you know these people? Yeah? Who doesn't? Okay, not many. So these are the first, the one couple, Turkish origin, second generation Germans who developed the vaccine, right? The first COVID vaccine. So these are, you see, the benefits for themselves, for the society. But I would also like to say it's not only benefits, it's also like they also face discrimination, exclusion. Mental health is very poor among these families. So what I then will stay here, leave it to continue. We need to look at migration as something that benefits us, migrant families, societies, but it also comes with a cost. I'll leave here.
Okay. Thanks for the microphone, and thank you very much for that interesting introduction. It's interesting, I know this is not actually part of this discussion, but it might be, maybe you can tell me otherwise, how countries decide on whether its citizens can vote even though they don't live in that country anymore. I personally lost my right to vote in the United Kingdom many years ago now, even though I would like to, and I'm still a British citizen. And on the flip side, I hear of people in the United States, my Polish family, for instance, who barely speak Polish, but they are allowed to vote in Polish elections. So it's an interesting kind of maybe topic to tackle. I wonder whether that'll have any, well, we'll see later on. Moving swiftly on, because time is really moving fast, I would like to introduce now Dr. Cecilia Bruzelius, and I hope I pronounced that right. She is the Junior Professor of European Public Policy at the University of Tübingen, and her research focuses on the social dimension of free movement and EU citizenship. She is a member of FUS, Freedom of Movement and Social Policy in Historical and International Comparison Project, an interdisciplinary research group funded by the German Federal Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. The ambition of the FUS project is to historicize and compare political and policy processes tied to internal movement and social rights in the EU with those that have taken place in other federations. I would like to thank you very much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I should say, because I'm indebted to my employer for paying my salary and so on. So as of today, I'm actually not working in Tübingen anymore.
Okay, because you came from Copenhagen, right? So okay.
So it's literally my first day of employment in Copenhagen at the University of Copenhagen, and I bombed off back to Germany. The first thing I did. Anyways, so freedom of movement in Europe has been my focus, and I'm a political scientist, so I'm going to talk more about, or my interests are more in laws and the regulations and how they're made. And I'm not your first person to speak about memories, perhaps, but I am interested in very much so in how states try to regulate the mobility and movement of citizens and non-citizens within free movement spaces and beyond them. Yeah? And of course that shapes migration and then shapes memories, I suppose. And one thing I was, because we were given, we could say just about anything we'd like to today. And one thing I've been working on recently are the similarities and differences between politics of migration, immigration and emigration. And one thing that kind of keeps coming back to me that maybe is a little bit banal to mention, but nevertheless interesting to me is this dialectic between the good and the bad emigrant, whereby the one who is a bad immigrant is often a good immigrant. Think of doctors and the notion of brain drain. And the good immigrant is often the bad immigrant. So countries have historically and today been quite happy to see unemployed or poor citizens leave to find something more valuable to do or find a job for themselves in another country. And the same countries receiving, or the countries receiving them on the other hand, have then often perceive this sort of immigration as scroungers or people are going to come and use the social system. Of course, that's not a truth that holds everywhere. It changes according to sort of economic and demographic conditions. But what's interesting to me about this is like what it tells us about the relationship sort of state-citizen and the differences or similarities between citizens and migrants in this way that there's a British sociologist in Oxford, her name is Bridget Anderson. She speaks of communities of values in this way that it's not just this nation states that were mentioned before, the nation containers, but it's actually, that it's not just the border, the national border that draws who's us and who's them, but it's also other definitions of value. So for example, capitalism, who is a good worker, who's not, and how that sometimes the good, the bad citizen and the bad immigrant are sort of on the same end of the spectrum as the good immigrant and the good citizen. Yeah, and just another thing that I wanted to mention in terms of inequalities, coming back to what you were just mentioning and what you said initially about your mother. And yeah, the question of what's voluntary and not, because I think most migration researchers would start by raising their eyebrows when they hear sort of voluntary versus forced. Can we really make this distinction? What drives intra-EU migration, the largest part are inequalities. So people move for job opportunities, most of all. But also to some extent, it's not just job opportunities, but it's the employment package. So what is the social security? What are the conditions of work? This is the main driver, and that's also why we see after 2004, with the Eastern enlargement, that migration in Europe picks up to a much larger extent than previously. And as you were saying, people move for reasons, for opportunities. Yeah? So the people who left the harbor here more than 100 years ago, they were looking for better opportunities in America, and today other people are coming to Europe for the same reason. So migration is a kind of leveler in that it can change, improve people's lives. And one thing that interests me a lot is how the institutions that mitigate inequality, so I'm thinking of welfare states, labor market institutions and so on, how they shape migration and are shaped by migration. And today we're very used to hearing like debates about the dangers of the welfare state, on the one hand, of people coming and abusing the system. At the same time, we need all those, or some of those people, the good immigrants, right? The ones who are going to fill that void that we're facing on the labor market as the baby boomers retire and so on. But one thing that's much less talked about and that I've been working on recently, I just wanted to bring in here, is the role of emigration as a potential driver of change, welfare state change in those countries from where people are leaving. So historically, as people are leaving, for example, from this harbor, one of the reasons given for why the first basic pension, the first social insurance in Sweden was introduced, the great Swedish welfare state, maybe not so great anymore, but was to retain people. So They actually was this idea that by introducing this scheme, we will have more people stay in the country. And actually, looking at discourses around immigration in some of Eastern European countries and Southern European countries today and in the last decades, you see very similar arguments that actually we need to up our game if we're gonna have people stay here or come back. And that's interesting to me, also thinking ahead of the future of migration, because free movement, I mean, we see like wages increase, but there's still a large divergence in terms of when we look at things like social insurances, social services, the ability for women to work and have children at the same time across European countries. And I think that will have to change for migration within Europe to sort of slow down. It's not just a question of job opportunities and wages, but also of the kind of the life package, if you will. So yeah, I think I'll end there.
Many thanks. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Perfect. Many thanks for that introduction. Some extremely interesting points coming up there. So I know we're going to have a great discussion in just a moment. But before we get on to that discussion, we have one more person to introduce here. And it is, are you a professor, a doctor? Let's professor, okay, perfect. So Professor Jussi Laine is a professor of multidisciplinary border studies at the Karelian Institute at the University of Eastern Finland, holding the title of docent, or docent, right? Does that work? Okay. Of human geography, so my Finnish is a bit rusty, or I Finnish academic titles. He is the president of the World Social Science Association and currently serves on the steering committee of the International Geographical Union's Commission on Political Geography. Between 2013 and 2021, he led the Association for Borderland Studies, the leading international scholarly association dedicated exclusively to the systematic interchange of ideas and information relating to international border areas. It's great to have such a specialist here among us. Professor Laine is a human geographer, yet in his approach to borders, he combines influences from international relations and geopolitics, political sociology, history, anthropology, and psychology. Within border studies, he seeks to explore the multi-scalar production of borders and bring a critical perspective to bear on the relationship between state, territory, citizenship, and identity construction. And most recently, Dr. Laine has published works on border mobility, migration, the ethics of borders, and ontological brackets in security. So the floor is yours, Professor, and many thanks once again for being here.
Thanks so much for having me. It's really a pleasure to be here after this long migration from Hamburg airport, which took me close to 5 hours. So I'm really, really pleased to be here. I was already about to turn around and go back home, but I didn't.
Return migration already?
Exactly. I had enough. Jokes aside. Good to be here. I was listening to these really fascinating talks here, and I completely forgot that I'm supposed to say something clever after all these insights. But let me try. I'm not a historian. I'm not really a migration scholar either. I study borders, as you kindly introduce. Borders as a way, borders as looking glasses to various phenomena, and that's where migration kicks in. When it comes to history, my recent history goes all the way back to last week, maybe 10 days ago, when things started to get a little bit iffy at the Finnish-Russian border. That's what I've been talking about day and night, if I look tired, for the last 10 days or so. And maybe I'll later this evening say something about that, because I find it really fascinating, also regarding the theme of the day today. But as you kindly introduced, my work has really been to try to provide a critical angle on these concepts of borders, territory, identity. Basically challenging the idea, who is a migrant? That's, to put it really
black and white matter. That's what I study. Because that concept, of course, is very state-centric. You know, when you move from one country to another, you become a migrant. You know, you live in Flensburg and you move to what's north, Sonderburg, right? You are a migrant. If you live in St. Petersburg and you move to Vladivostok, you are not a migrant. And our statistics that we often show are quite biased in that sense, that mobility, international mobility, to me is a lot more interesting than migration per se, as it is defined these days. And in this conundrum, borders play a very significant role. Of course, you know, these nation-state containers that were already mentioned, and certainly they are much more than that. But when it comes to statistics, that's basically what they do. They define who we are, where we belong, and our understanding of not just migration but societies where we live in at the moment. It completely ignores not completely, but it largely ignores the history before the Westphalian Revolution. Right? Our belongingness today is by and large attached to a state. You know, I come from Finland and I'm now here in Germany. It's very common speech, and I do that personally myself. But how were these boxes colored with different crayons in the political maps of Europe or world, for that matter, actually created? And I think Finland provides a rather interesting case in point, because we are a very young nation, right? You look at the historical maps of Europe, you don't see Finland. Usually, not even physically, it's cut out from that point. And it shows maybe Helsinki you can see on the map, and you don't see the rest of the country. But of course, for the most of history, we were part of Sweden, right? Until 1809, and then Finland lost the eastern province of Finland to even more than that, to Russia, Russian Empire at that time. And you know, how Finnishness was defined meant a very different thing back then. But only until after 1809, when we actually became part of the Russian Empire, even though a very autonomous Grand Duchy under the Russian Empire, that was the very first time that Finland actually formed a political unit of its own. And you know, the first customs border against Russia was created. And then, of course, in long story short, independence 1917, and I'm not going to go through the whole history here, but the border really became a marker of identity. This thing called Finland, which didn't used to exist, had to be created, it had to be manufactured one way or another. And how that was done was really in relation to our neighbors. You know, we are not what Swedes are, we are not what Russians are, who we are Finns. And hence, the impact and the role, the very symbolic role of the borders became very meaningful. Not because there's some kind of a political line or cut in the forest, that didn't really play a role, but our identities were attached to these borders and the very differences that the border symbolizes. And towards Sweden, of course, it was an easier relationship, but with Russia it was a bit more challenging. But the case in point here that I'm trying to make is that borders, in the end, they are very arbitrary constructions. There's nothing natural about them. In our case, you know, a couple of politicians drew it, went a little bit back and forth for years, and then they decided where it was. There were some wars as well. I'm not going to go into details. But the thing is that for someone who was born in the eastern part of Finland, right, such as myself at the moment, let's talk about myself for a moment. So I'm here. I got a kind invitation from you, coming from Finland. I have a Finnish passport, which today, in this moment, is the second most powerful passport in the world, after United Arab Emirates, based on how many countries you can access without any kind of visa or restrictions. Finland and Sweden are tying the second position at the moment. Had I been born a couple of kilometers to the east, where I was born, and correct me if I'm wrong, but according to my understanding, where one happens to be born is an arbitrary fact. I didn't get to choose where I was born. I was born in this piece of land that was then called Finland. Had I been born a little bit to the east, on this eastern side of this arbitrary line that a couple of politicians drew, I would have a Russian passport at this moment. I would speak Russian. Most likely you would have not invited me to this talk today. So borders have really meaningful and long-term impact on not just one's mobility, but chances in life. What can we do with our lives? They are markers of belonging. We have this idea etched somewhere very deep into our minds that people belong to a certain territorially bounded place and should, in some cases, stay there. And this is very much in the political agenda in Finland. I'm trying to wrap it up very briefly, where today we closed for the first time in history the whole border with Russia, because the Russian state is apparently using third country migrants to create a bit of a hybrid pressure at the Finnish border. But are we really talking about the migrants here? No, we are not really. The government is saying that, and it's not easy, by the way, to close the border. There are some legal implications to that. We've been going back and forth with that. We have some international commitments, we have human rights commitments, we have various things. So to close the border is not something that you do very easily. You have to have very profound reasons, justifications for that in order to do that. Basically deviate from your international commitments and prevent people also leaving one's country, not just coming in. And it's really interesting to think about what are we really talking about here. Yesterday, because the border was closed yesterday, the number of migrants at the border yesterday was 0. 2 days ago it was 2. 3 days ago it was 3. So this is the threat. We had 3 guys at the border. The problem was that they were the wrong kind of people. And of course that somebody else was pushing them to them, some unwillingly. Our discussion now is, who are these people? They can't be legitimate migrants because they have too nice clothing. We decide whether or not they are legitimate refugees based on how expensive jacket they are wearing before they enter the asylum process, for example. I think my time is up. But migration has become a very politicized topic, to the point that just a couple of days ago, our government made actually a political intervention to the Academy of Finland, the Research Council of Finland, and rejected the proposal to fund migration research under the Strategic Research Council, on the grounds that so far most of the research has highlighted the benefits of migration rather than focusing on the challenges of migration. So that research is not funded anymore at this moment. Of course, things can change, but I found that that was quite a bold move from the government. That was a completely different talk that I had written, by the way, but I made my notes here during the talk. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, and yeah, extremely interesting once again. Well, we are running slightly late. We're almost halfway through. I mean, I wanted to start with, let's say, talking about the foundations of migration in Europe leading into the 21st century. Since our time is waning, I will briefly ask a question to our panelists, and that is how, as you're talking about borders, and how a new border, how an invisible border was created after the Second World War, and that is the Iron Curtain. And before we get on to, let's say, what happens well, further on down the line after World War II, I would like to ask maybe you, Professor Leiner, about the approaches to migration, or the approaches between West and East following the Second World War, where you have two blocks and two very different views on migration and, let's say, being allowed to cross borders or not.
Thank you so much. I feel like I'm talking too much, but this is a...
Don't worry, we'll get on to other panelists
Feel
in a
free
moment.
to, you know, shut me up. Certainly, and I take the liberty to focus on the border that I know in this case,
Sure.
which very much was a Cold War, Iron Curtain border. A very simple bilateral interstate border that gained these various other roles since the Second World War, when two very drastic wars were fought between Finland and the Soviet Union, after which the border became basically closed completely from common people, right? And during that era, the two sides develop in quite drastically different directions. So the border became a very much symbol of different ideologies, different economic systems, different religions, and well, different languages, of course, and you could keep going and going. So there was very little migration in that extent, or that sense, until the actual collapse of the Soviet Union, when the border, officially at least, started to open. In the minds of the people, it took a while, because again, as I mentioned already, it really became as a marker of identity. But a very strong conscious process was made to try to change the historical perception of the border as a barrier, where the enemy lies on the other side, into an asset. Because without Russia, Finland was basically an island when you looked from this direction, right? Very difficult to reach. And common people started to interact and change that whole situation. And those Finnish nations who were related to ethnic Finns, Karelians, Vepsians, for example, on the other side, quite high number moved from Russian side to Finland. And this was very popular, given that Finland had also applied the European Union membership 2 weeks, by the way, after the Soviet Union collapsed. And the interactions became really, until 2013, really flourishing. Migration was slow, but the daily interactions really eroded this Cold War era meaning of the border.
We could even see this in Russian popular culture in the 1990s, with a number of films portraying Russians going over to Finland
Sure.
to go fishing, right?
Fishing, for example, and a lot of mixed marriages. That's an interesting form of migration. Usually a Finnish a man and a Russian lady, but a very common practical way of eroding the border, and very prevalent today when the border is closed. Now, of course, we think about the politics, and you may easily say that the right thing to do, close the border, but when you go actually on the ground where people live by the border and both sides of the border, things get surprisingly tricky when the border is completely closed. We have families whose parents live on the Russian side and their kids go to school in Finland, or we have married couples who have 2 houses on the other side, and so on. And this kind of situation, that border would actually completely close, was completely unheard of until 2 weeks ago. And this is more about borders than migration, but I just find this absolutely fascinating, maybe not in a positive sense, but absolutely fascinating what is happening right this moment at the border.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to stay in the 20th century just for a moment. And I would like to ask you about Turkish migration to the United Kingdom. This is such a, it's a completely new topic for me, because something in the United Kingdom, we're so used to these old kind of colonial migrations, such as the Windrush generation, and in the 1950s and 60s, of people coming from what was then the British Caribbean to the United Kingdom, and we very rarely hear of Turkish migrants to the UK. Obviously, Turkish guest workers in Germany. This is a topic which is well known. But to England, what would have been the motivation to go to the United Kingdom in those days? And are there now returns, or what is the case here?
Yeah, so Turkish migration is one of the guest worker migration. It started with the guest worker migration between 1960 and 74. All migrants were official and regular migrants, and borders were open. It was even Western European countries recruiting, going there, having job offices in Turkey, and recruiting labor force. Turkish migration was the same, as you said, is the same logic. They were filling the labor shortages after the Second World War in all Western European countries. So in the UK, you had the Indians, Chinese, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, and Caribbeans. Those were official, regular migrants filling those gaps. And in France, you had Algerians, Moroccans, and that was after Italian, Spanish, and Greek came to more northern, affluent countries who went back, actually. So your specific question about Turks moving to United Kingdom, their numbers are 500,000 or so, and they were not in this program. They are mostly refugees, student migrants, first going and then staying there, and then family formation and unification, I would say. It is as that. Return migration among Turks, it's very much, as I said, this guest worker program that was between 1960 and 74. It was very easy migration, right? It's people were coming and then working in a factory. They were their boss were saying, "Oh, we need somebody to work in this job. Do you have a relative?" "Oh yeah, I have my uncle or my cousin." That was even that easy. And then after 1974. All European countries closed their doors for that sort of migration. And then you saw, and in that period, about 1 million labor migrants came. But those were going back, working for a year, 2 years, and then going back. And then coming back again and going back again. Once the borders were closed, you saw a surge of migrants who stayed in Europe, in the country they were living, working, and then even brought their families with them. Because borders were closed, they could not go, and once they went, they couldn't come back again. So what they did, they stayed, and they brought their families with them. And that made their numbers, like now, only Turkish origin people living in Europe, that they are well over 5 million. So those unintended consequences of a policy like closing the borders make, like this happened also in the UK, right, after Brexit. This is the discussion we are having in the UK. So it was actually against those Polish people, Romanians coming and stealing the jobs. So we had Brexit, and then we had a surge of migrants coming from other countries. Policies intend to do something, but the intended consequences sometimes bringing very much the opposite what you are, because those policies were not really fit the purpose, I would say.
Thank you for that answer. I will get on to the subject of Poles and again EU enlargement and how that affected Europe-wide migration later on. I actually wanted to, let's say, ask our two professors who are joining us online to maybe get a kind of Eastern perspective. After the Second World War, I mean, do we actually have any official numbers on migration? Does migration as a topic even exist within the Soviet bloc? Professor Duszczyk, if I may start with you. Following the Second World War, do we see in any official documents any official migration or voluntary migration within the Soviet bloc or Warsaw Pact countries, or however you'd like to call it?
No, we don't have official statistics between...
Oh, no, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay. We don't have official statistics between before 1989. Of course, it is the... I have already mentioned the Dariusz Stola, and he published a book, this Poland as the country without an exit. And we can find different estimations how many Poles decided to emigrate between 1953 and 1989. I can say this number, we can estimate about these 6 to 7 million of people who in that time decided to emigrate. This is the more than 2 million after 1981. But to be honest, the largest emigration, economically emigration, we had between 2004 and 2007. It is a very short period of time, but a lot of people decided to move, for example, to UK, because UK decided to open the labor market. This is the same the case of Ireland. But for example, also Sweden, the Scandinavian country, with this very nice, in that time, social beneficial system, opened the labor market. But only few people decided to go to Sweden because a lot of people tried to find a job, not the social benefits. That's why it was much more easier for them to go to UK or to Ireland, because the job were there. That's why it was the typical economically push factor from Poland, pull factor from UK or Ireland. And but what is absolutely necessary to say, I think, so if we speak on voluntary migration, especially economic migration, it is the remittances. Because during your exchange or your views, it was also the question about the benefits for country of origin. And for example, for us, for Poland, the remittances were absolutely crucial, especially in the 90s, in the early 90s, with this transformed economy. but also between 2004 and 2007, because remittances were larger, were bigger than official transfer from the European budget. That's why, to be honest, these remittances which have gone directly to the households, it was the first benefit of our membership in the European Union, because the free movement, because it was also very important that after 2004, it was possible to legally be employed in UK, Ireland, and Sweden, not other countries, because we had the transition period. But still, the first visible benefit, it was the remittances from the Polish emigrants who transferred their money to Poland to support households, but directly, but indirectly, of course, the Polish economy. That's why it was absolutely important, absolutely crucial. But what is also, I think, so quite important, that's why, because we had in the referendum in 2002, and it was the huge discussion, because I was responsible in that time to prepare, I can say, different types of written benefits, how we could benefit from the opening the labor markets. But I was really afraid, because I was sure that it would be the huge emigration, because UK decided to open the labor market, also the Ireland. But it was the question if we need these people also in Poland, because it was also something like what we can call brain drain. That's why it was the mix of different arguments, but without showing that the Poles would be possible. It would be possible for Poles to emigrate to other European Union countries, to be employed in that countries. It was absolutely crucial. I think without such argument, a lot of people would decide against our membership in the European Union. That's why it was the one of absolutely crucial point in our negotiations, this the possibility of economic migration within the European Union. Of course, we have already forgotten about the transition period, but still we have to think that how important the transition period was in that time. And the last sentence, as the person who in that time was responsible for such chapter, free movement of persons, I didn't push Germany to open the labor market. The 7 years transition period for us, it was quite a good idea, because we were really afraid that if Germany would open labor market, it would be for us very, very difficult to stop the people, because in that time you had 20% unemployment rate. That's why it was the mix of different arguments, but these arguments were connected with labor migration. Maybe I will stop now. I don't know if I respond to your question, but I tried.
It sounds absolutely great, and everyone seems to be adding their own little personal anecdotes, so I'll actually add mine by saying that I migrated from the UK to Poland a month after it joined the European Union, and everyone was looking at me and kind of scratching their head saying, well, hold on, we're all going to England, why are you coming here? But then again, that is what the European Union is all about free borders and free movements, so of course I was able to go to Poland, even though I knew.
May I one? Sorry, because I forgot one very important issue.
Sure.
Maybe this is 2 sentences, because we have to also take into account that concerning free movement of workers, we have already done a few steps back, because it was the question about the Brexit, opening the labor market by UK for Poles, for Romanians, Bulgarians, other citizens. It was one of the arguments for Brexit. That's why during the negotiations before the Brexit, we decided in that time to did a few steps back. For example, if we take into account coordination of the social security systems regarding free movement of workers. That's why we have. I think so. This is also quite important in our discourse to take into account that even if we have the open labor markets, but now we have some exceptions of this free movement of workers, because a lot of countries were afraid in the time what would be the consequence of the opening the labor markets? Thank you.
Professor Schick, I'd like to ask your experience and Hungary's experience with migration, and especially that Hungary has always had very close relations with its neighboring countries, no matter which border had to be drawn on the map at the time. What is the perception of of this kind of migration from that period, from post-war?
How much time do I have? In an hour, I can give you a very short overview of this issue.
Well, we still have around 40 minutes.
Okay,
I'd like to ask.
then just very briefly.
But very briefly, please.
Years ago, when for a very short time I was a border sociologist with UC together at the Euro border region, I did empirical survey research also in the three-border region of Hungary, Ukraine, and Slovakia. And we identified that the identity belonging to the so-called mother nation, that is for Eastern Slovakians and the Eastern and Western Ukrainians to Hungary, is extremely important for their life. Except that Hungary has never been their motherland, because they were, by the shifting of the border, separated from Hungary, and they never lived in proper Hungary. The best example is from a US anthropologist who made an interview with an old man in a little village in eastern Slovakia, and who told her that I was born in Hungary, then I lived in Slovakia, then I lived in Czechoslovakia, then I lived in Soviet Union, then I lived in Hungary a little, and then I lived in, then now I live in Slovakia again. And the anthropologist said, "Oh, you are a migrant person, all right." And the old man said, "No, I never left the village. It was the border who were moving around me all the time, and that doesn't make me a migrant." So the diaspora situation between Hungary and its neighbors is extremely important if you want to understand the migration processes. The more so because the Hungarian very strong diaspora politics achieved that some 10 years ago, the Hungarian state gave double citizenship status to all Hungarians living in the Carpathian region and having ethnic Hungarian background. So, for example, as far as England is concerned, those who are coming from Hungary, a significant proportion of them never lived in Hungary, but they are Hungarians by their passport, but they are from Slovakia or from Ukraine. Don't believe statistics. There is no statistics. Migration statistics is bad already and is doomed to increasing failure because of double citizenship system all over the world and the commuting migration. Full stop.
That was extremely brief. Do our panelists here actually want to comment on that at all? What the Professor said?
I could talk for an hour about the limitations of migration.
Well, we have 45 minutes left. And that's for the entire panel. And I will actually like to open up the floor in around half an hour's time. Let's move to current trends in European migration. I mean, we've touched upon it already. I would like to ask maybe our panelists here. Let me just check my notes. We are talking about migration, economic migration. What about return migrations? I know that, Cecilia, you've been, you are interested in this. I have to draw from personal experience. Even though I never lived in Poland before 2004, I am actually half Polish. And the fact that I moved to Poland after it joined the European Union apart from the head scratching, which I got, why am I even there? I also actually heard a comment, so you've come back. Well, I mean, I didn't come back to Poland. My mum came back, but I just moved from the UK to Poland. But it's interesting to see how, let's say, especially, you know, in second or third generation families, you still have a feeling, again, you know, where does your heart lie? Where do you feel? Are you, you know, do you feel as a member of one country or another, even if you're not in, let's say, your preferred country? And what is a return? Like in that respect?
What is a return? Is this on now? Yeah. I think this is, you know, I can answer the question as well as
we can get
you
philosophical.
Can, you know?
We can get philosophical, and I'd really like our other panelists to chime in as well.
We could get philosophical. I mean, I'm going to start saying something about the things where I feel much more comfortable, which is what do we know about return? Okay. So, and we don't know much. It's really difficult. I was just actually very recently trying to deliver something, and someone asked me to write something on return migration in Europe. And because migration data, as was just mentioned, is generally very not good. Immigration data is horrible, and in Europe we just actually capture, or national statistical offices capture very little of the migration that's occurring in Europe, because it's temporary or it's short term, it's under 1 year, it's circular. We just don't really know. And the same then happens with return. I mean, you can look at return as those with a certain nationality immigrating into a country. They might actually never have emigrated, and very many people, and I just talked to the many friends who are from one European country and studied elsewhere and worked elsewhere, and I would say more than half of them say, oh yeah, I'm still registered where I live. And because most countries have register-based data, they exist twice, at least, in Europe, in migration data, and they never probably left the country, so they also cannot return, right? We just won't see them. It does seem that there is some, I mean, that to some extent that countries like Poland would have reached, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, the Polish experts, or Poland experts, that it kind of reached its emigration potential, and there's not, so some countries have a quite stable stock of migrants outside, it's not increasing, but neither is it really, does it seem return is happening to any large extent.
I wouldn't agree completely with that. I'm so.
But yeah, so with Poland, I think people are returning, but it's very hard to put that on paper, right, with concrete numbers.
I'm sure Professor Duszczyk could chime in, because I know that the Polish government at the moment, there has been a website set up for people wanting to return, right, especially with Brexit.
So just one thing on that, because I mean, this is something across countries that we see since 2004, especially in Eastern Europe, there's an increase in programs trying to re-attract people. Also in Southern Europe, after the economic crisis, once the economic crisis subsides and they say, oh, actually, we're the people, we need workers, they start to introduce like tax exemptions and, you know, again, for certain skilled groups and the good ones, yeah? Usually not for everyone, some countries for everyone, but often for specific groups and typically, of course, young people, not some old retirees. Sorry, yeah.
Professor Duszczyk, do you have anything?
Yes, sure. It is fascinating question about the return migration. Because as you probably know, in 2007, we decided to establish a special program for returners with different benefits, but also it was the information program. For example, we tried to solve a lot of different problems. For example, if someone decided to emigrate with cat, for example, or with dog, and they, after 3 years spending in the United Kingdom, wanted to come back with the same dog, it was not so easy, for example, because we have to solve a lot of different bureaucratic obstacles. But you know, it was also the special book with the, I think so, 150 pages how to facilitate return migration, but it failed. Because it is not, as country of origin, we don't have a lot of different stimulation tools to for people to stimulate their return migration. It is not so easy. Of course, we have some good instruments, especially how to avoid any different problems, bureaucratic problems. And for example, last week I was also in Kiev, and because it would be absolutely crucial for Ukraine during the process of modernization and reconstruction or modernization of Ukraine after war, how to stimulate migration from such countries as Poland or Germany to Kiev, because without such person, it wouldn't be possible to reconstruct and to rebuild, to modernize Ukraine. And to be honest, we don't have a lot of different good instruments because people are free. We are speaking now about the voluntary migration. If people have interest in UK, and of course they will decide to stay UK. If they want to go to Australia, if it is possible, they go to Australia. If they have interest to come back to Poland, they will come back to Poland. But unfortunately, only we try to estimate maybe 15% of people who decided to emigrate after 2004 decided to come back to Poland. It is not successful. It is not successful story for Poland. But it is also quite important to say that we have. If we try to follow the process of integration of people, and that's what you ask about the second and third generation, because we have the process of reception, inclusion, integration, assimilations. And if we have people who are assimilated in the society, in the receiving society, they don't perceive themselves as the migrants, but it is mainly in the third generation, because this is also the cultural aspects. Because if you still live, for example, in UK, but your roots are in Poland, you are, Poles who live in UK. But if you are, for example, if you perceive your roots in UK, you are Brits. Maybe with your grandmother and grandfather in Poland, but you feel like Brits, even if the Brits are not convinced that you are Brits. But still, you feel like the Brits. That's why it is quite complicated. That's why we can speak about the return migration. Maybe in the second generation, during the people are not fully assimilated, but they are integrated in the country or in the receiving country, but still they are not feel as the full member of the society. And the third generation, fourth generation, they are assimilated. That's why we shouldn't speak about the return migration. It is typical type of migration who people decided to change the country, but it is not return migration. Absolutely not. Thank you.
Would you like to?
Yeah, I would like to touch on that. I would like to oppose that idea. Don't trust statistics. Somebody who
I knew that was going to come up sooner or later.
Yeah. Some data is better than no data, right? Poor data is also better than no data. And all data is limited. All data is limited. So we need to do with what we have. And therefore, I think numbers are important. But perspectives or how we look to numbers and how we collect data is essential. That's why I did my 2000 Families project with the design it has. And that is, I went back to Turkey, screened the regions and collected random data. And then from the regions, like origins, trace them over 3 generations. And then you can see who returns, right? Because you trace their movements. And I can say even my data is limited, but I can say, for example, those first generation men and their wives, 70% of them moved back to Turkey. And those who stayed moved back to Turkey when they retired. Their children only 15% moved, but they moved to Turkey after having the passport of their destination society country. So having that security in case something happens in Turkey, I can move back to Germany again. And in the third generation, there was none. Yeah, they are still young, but they mostly move back when they retire or they take some time off. So what I would like to emphasize is that migration is a fact. We should not fight with migration, right? I mean, at least not among these intellectuals, and try to convince politicians that migration is a process, is a fact. We need to live with it. Perhaps steer it and control it a bit, but just live with it. And migrants have roots, bring benefits because they have roots in different countries, right? You enrich your culture, your knowledge, your
experience,
yes, your remittances, etc. I must also say your crimes. You also increase your crimes. You increase your health or decrease your health. By the way, migrants are healthier. That's another thing. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, there is research on return migration. It does not happen with big numbers, but it does happen, and it, I'll keep it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Professor Leiner.
Thank you. I very much agree with the last point that migration is something very normal, and we need to frame it that way. And maybe linking that to my own research, which is again about borders. Borders have become offered as a solution to some kind of a migration challenge, but in the end, borders are the cause of why we have some challenges with migration. When it comes to data, I dare to disagree a little bit with the poor data. I think poor data leads to poor decisions. Poor data can be misleading. If we make decisions, especially policies based on poor data, we run into challenges, especially in this continent where the rhetoric on migration has become really securitized and politicized recently. The numbers have been misused purposefully towards certain political goals during the last 10 years in particular. Most Europeans grossly overestimate the number of migrants, non-EU migrants, for example, in Europe. And that kinds of data is commonly pushed forward in various rather right-wing political debates in many of the European countries, including Finland, where absolutely misleading statistics are commonly pushed in the media to convey a certain image of migration as a threat, as something to be fought against. We are using basically military lingo to depict migration, and before this whole mess started,
like the weaponizing of migrants.
Very much. I mean, that's a good example. Before the war started, Russian war against Ukraine, according to various European polls, migration was ranked as the #1 security threat in Europe. And imagine that. Well, where did that come from? We are an aging continent with the number of states, again, Finland being a very good example, losing population, a lot of people emigrating, no babies being born, people living older and older. Our societies simply cannot survive without migration, and hence we are using a completely opposite rhetoric with very anti-migration sentiments. Let me end up with one factual statistics, and then I'm going to close. 96.4% of global population, basically a very, very vast majority, 96.4% of the global population live in the country in which they were born. A very small number of people on this globe are actually migrants. And that's good to keep in mind. Migrants are a very small minority, even at this continent, 5.8% non-EU migration. Of course, within the European Union, it's a different thing, as was said. It's basically a commute if you work a couple of months in another country and move back rather than a migration. But I think that's good to keep in mind, and sometimes to think about why don't we migrate, rather than focusing on why people do migrate.
Mm-hmm. Sorry,
yes.
Very short. I must correct you. I did not say poor data is good data. I said poor data is better than no data. Yeah, you can make the... Yeah, well, okay.
Ça commence.
You can disagree with that, but I did not say poor data is good data.
Sure, okay. I agree on that, but I still disagree.
Okay. Cecilia.
Just one thing, as you're talking about decision-making and data that I felt I wanted to share is, you know, in my experience, in my research, politicians don't even need data to make decisions, right? So I've had German bureaucrats telling me to my face today that we took this decision. Actually, no, we had no reason to think it's a problem. There was no data, but we did it anyways. And historical research showing very similar things where it's this, so they want to oppose free movement in historical Germany, and because you would have to give benefits to the foreigner who was Germans from another part of what is today Germany, and they ask for a report back from Hamburg so that they can tell in Berlin that this is a terrible situation with all the immigrants coming, and then they get a report and they're actually really unhappy with the numbers that are reported. This thing suggests there's no problem, so they simply ignore the report and tell their own version of the story instead of the data that was collected in 1860 something. So history repeats itself. So we can be bothered with poor data, but actually for political and poor policy making, it seems to not even matter if there is data or not.
I wanted to stay with you, Cecilia, because you know a little bit about the European Union, let's say in comparison with other policies from around the world. We are talking about voluntary migration. We've kept the conversation really within Europe, what we consider Europe at the moment. But in fact, and I know that Professor Leiner, you also know something about this, that it's not really much to do with Europe at all. I mean, we see global movement, well, we see movement, voluntary movement globally, not just within Europe. Of course, politicians and let's say the populist press love to put Europe at the heart, and that everyone wants to come here and ruin everything. And of course that goes to we go back to the argument of what is a good migrant and what is a bad migrant, right? But when we look at it, I mean, how does the EU, let's say, compare with other federations or confederations worldwide in terms of migration policy?
So it's quite specific. So your question could relate to external borders as well as internal borders, but what I've studied is free movement regimes. So basically what we might call internal migration, depending on how we look at it. And I mean, my focus has been very much on how it relates to social or welfare policy. And one thing that's striking is that I remember starting this project and saying, okay, I'm going to compare the EU, and then we had the US in the 20th century, and then what was the North German Confederation became the German Empire. And the reasons are that the way that these are constituted politically in terms of political institutions is very similar, and the system of internal migration and the way in which non-discrimination worked and things like this. And people tell me, well, you cannot compare the US to the EU because, you know, there's this like American identity that doesn't exist in the same way in the EU. So clearly the politics of internal migration are going to be very different, like there will be solidarity towards each other or whatever, right? No, it's not different. And one takeaway from me, and you don't even need to compare necessarily so-called federations, you could just compare historically, is like what level, what are the borders of organizing the distribution of some form of public good. So historically, you have the poor laws. It's the same in England or Germany and elsewhere. And these were the borders of defining the immigrant or the foreigner. So the person who came from the next municipality, whatever was the border of the welfare system at the time. So and as welfare states kind of shifted up to a national level, the relevant border for defining the other in this respect. So there are, of course, other identity aspects that have to do with language and history and so on. But in terms of the scrounger, it shifts. And the same is comparing then the US and the EU. I was almost surprised. I would have thought there would be a difference for this reason of having existed for a longer time and stronger identity. But the politics of internal migration and granting welfare to the other, the sort of who's also a citizen of the same, what should we call them, entity, federation, is very similar. And of course, in the US, they have their version of the us and them in terms of ethnicity, in this way that there we have race. Having been always a very strong denominator of also who's deserving, who's not deserving. And looking at EU, there are similar things, although they shift depending on who's part of it. So it's interesting now that I'm a Nordic citizen, I'm a Swedish citizen, and when I moved now to Denmark from Germany, I have special, like even though I'm an EU citizen, I'm even better treated than the other EU citizens because I'm a Nordic citizen. And what I wanted to say that is that there are these, there are also ethnic hierarchies, so to speak, within also within Europe. But again, for me, the striking takeaway is just how you organize the provision of public goods and how important that is for structuring also the politics of migration and defining the other.
Brilliant. Many thanks for that answer. We have 20 minutes left, and I'm very aware that it's getting late in the day. So I'd like to open up the floor to questions. Maybe there is someone who would like to ask our amazing panelists some questions.
Yeah, thank you for your presentations. I have a question to Ais Guveli. Well, if you take in mind the minorities in Germany, then the Turkish minority is the biggest one, but it's also there's some ambivalences with the Turkish minority in Germany. What says also something about the integration, which was not well done in Germany. Just giving you the fact, probably you have heard about that most of those Turkish people, I guess almost 80%, even though those who were born in Germany, their voters sang for Erdogan, though they appreciate to some way the freedom of speech, the freedom of gathering, and all other democratic values in Germany. But at the same time, they don't feel appreciated and not well integrated. And there's some reasons for that. I wanted to ask, are there similar, circumstances in UK or other European countries concerning the Turkish minority, like in Germany?
Yes, that is indeed. Your question relates to on the one hand side to their voting behavior, and on the other side their integration and assimilation. Yes, I mean, if you take the mean of these 3-4 generation, even now, their labor market participation is, let's say, occupational status is significantly lower than the mean of the native German population, although the children, those who were born in Germany, they're controlling their socioeconomic background, like their parents' education and occupation, they actually do better than the native Germans in terms of education. So although they do better in education, their occupational status do not match, right? And that discrepancy is explained as ethnic penalty, discrimination, and lack of networks, etc. That we can, and this approximately is the same in the Netherlands, France, Belgium, Austria. Little bit different in the UK. And answering your question about voting behavior, I have followed that. In the continental Europe, Turkish origin, or let's say only those who still have their Turkish citizenship can vote, and of those, only 30% voted, and of those, in Germany, about 65–70% voted for Erdogan, right? So we should put all these things in perspective. It's not all Turkish, of all Turkish origin voting 70% for Erdogan. Yeah. In the UK, about 70–80% voted for the opposition to Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. So it has reasons. And those reasons are mostly those living in the UK are refugees from Turkey. So they went because they were against the ruling Erdogan. But we need to look at and they were mostly from the elites in Turkey already, the Kemalists, the leftists, etc. So those who on a continental Europe, these are people mostly coming with the labor migration program, and they were mostly from the rural Turkey, conservatives. And I should remind you that not all of them, or 70% of them, voted. So it's important. And the other thing is, I'm a Turkish origin Dutch person living in the UK. My family lives in the Netherlands, and I must say, I should cut it short, but I must say, to even have a bank account in the Netherlands while you left is so difficult, right? Netherlands sees people who are leaving Netherlands, okay, they are gone, they are not Dutch anymore. So the service that Turkish origin people in Europe receiving from Erdogan is enormous. And he's not doing it only because he loves those people. He wants voting, right? He wants their voice. So they, for example, when they move to holidays, when they travel, previously it was horrible. They were like asked money from all these borders, Bulgaria, Serbia, etc. And Erdogan made this very possible for them. So managing and negotiating, saying, no, you can't do this. It is very easy in Turkey to have accounts, houses, and they keep having their interest. so they give them service. That's what I'm saying. Well, at least one of the explanation is this, and the other one is they are conservatives, right? Yeah.
It's certainly interesting what you say, and in speaking of voting, I just wanted to maybe just kind of throw out a comment there. How let's say domestic politicians weaponize their respective expat communities to try and make change at home as well. Do we have any other questions from the floor? Yes.
Thank you for the great panel. I have two questions. The first to Professor Leine. I must admit, I did not go into details reading Polish newspapers over the last days, but I had this impression that the situation on the Finnish-Russian border is similar to the one on the Polish-Belarusian, and that therefore there are lots of people coming from, well, delivered by the Russian authorities to the border. And you meant that there were just 3, even none at the moment. So did I understand you right? And then, because that's fascinating to me, if I'm right that this narrative was so different in the newspapers in Poland. Now, a question to Professor Duszczyk also. A week ago, I listened to a speech by Professor Stola, who spoke about the history of migrations in the 20th century, and he meant that most probably the huge migration from Poland in around 2004 is the last migration, which can be understood in a very optimistic way, because that would mean that there will be nothing catastrophic in Polish history in the future. But do you agree that that might be the last big wave from Poland? Thank you.
Professor Leine first, please, if you may.
May I? Yeah. Of course, the situation is quite complex to explain in a couple of minutes. But yes, you understood correctly. Yesterday, the number of migrants at the border were 0. 2 days ago, 2. 3 days ago, 3. That is factual. Certainly, if we think about the whole year, it's around 3,000. Since August, it's just under 1,000. So certainly, we can compare the situation with what's going on with Poland and Belarus, and the fundamental logic behind there is pretty much the same. We are talking about Russian hybrid influencing more than migrants. But the challenge is that in Finland we have this very historical and quite understandable image of a Russian threat, and with that you can sell what kind of idea through the public if you manage to say that this will somehow alleviate that threat. The historical narrative is super strong in Finland. But I've been trying to call for caution in the situation. The border is it's very peaceful at the moment. The border guard is managing it really well. I don't think there's a reason to fuel the flames in the sense and create this panic in Finland. 3 people is not a flood, as our politicians argue, and 2 days ago in the public TV, our Ministry of Interior, representing the True Finn party, argued that we are not looking or concerned about the numbers, but they have information that is secret, that cannot be brought to public, that there's a likelihood that this number will increase, and she went on to argue that everybody can go to the internet and Google how many millions of people there are in Africa. End of the argument. So this is the level of discussion that we have. So basically, we should go to and Google how many people there are in Africa, and hence we need to close the border because there were 3 guys there. Certainly. But the point is that we are not talking about these 3 guys, or even 30, or 300, or 3,000. That's not the issue. The challenge is that that Russia is certainly retaliating against the our decision, for example, to join NATO. There are other decisions as well, and creating a pressure towards Finland. This is one a card in the deck of cards that Russia is using. I think we are overreacting to the situation, because a key point of hybrid influencing is to cause anxiety, cause panic, cause internal divisions in society. And if they can do that by sending a couple of guys at the border, they are doing pretty well. Too easily, I would say. I would have taken a different approach to that. But to answer your question, yes, you understood correctly. The numbers are very small.
Thank you. Professor Dustrik.
If I may comment also to like our Finnish colleagues said, I think so. That's correct me if I'm wrong. I think so. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, it was more than 800 people who came to the border crossings.
Since August, 900. Since August.
Since August, because you mentioned these numbers. I think so. From the last crossing border points, crossing points where has been opened yet in Finland. This is the very far in the north.
Now they are all closed. Everything is closed.
Yes, I know it. I know it, because this is, I think so. Since today is closed, or yesterday, all of the boarding crossings are closed. But I think so. It is a lot of different similarities, because this is not voluntary migration. It is part of the hybrid war. Of course, if we speak about the numbers, it is every day we have more than 100 people who try to cross the Polish-Belarusian border, and we, for example, the pushbacks, we legalize the pushbacks. It is we will have very huge discussion about the pushbacks also with the new government. Because, for example, I was published a short article that I think so. It is quite impossible for us to abolish pushbacks in the next 1-2 weeks. Maybe in few months it would be possible, but not now, because still we are under pressure of Belarusians. And I think so. The previous government, not very wise, tried to solve these problems only with pushbacks. Because if we have these people very close to Polish border, for example, they came from Ivory Coast or from Senegal, it is quite impossible for them to come back to Senegal, to Ivory Coast. They will tried, and then maybe in the 10 times they will successfully cross the border, and then it will be transferred by smugglers to Germany or another countries. That's why this is not the solving of the problems. Yes, I think so, but I think that's our Finnish colleagues try to not to do our mistakes with these borders. That's why maybe they decided to close the border crossings. But it's my explanation. Because I was interviewed also by the Finnish newspapers and Finnish TV, and 2 weeks ago I was quite popular in Finland, because I said you have to be prepared for different types of instrumentalization of weaponization of migration, because you are the part of the NATO now, and then Russia will try to destabilize not only Finland but also try to check your reaction of this illegal migration phenomenon. But and then this is the questions about the last emigration from Poland. Of course, I tried to find a book because we published a book, I think so, 3 years ago. It was the questions. In 2004? Is this emigration the last, with question mark? But of course, at now we are typical immigration country. I don't think so that it's possible that, for example, in the next year we will have huge emigration rate from Poland. But of course, this is still open the question. For example, we don't know how it happened with Ukraine. Still, for example, you are a safe country, but still, if Ukraine would lose, it would be another situation. That's why. Still, I think that last emigration question mark is absolutely necessary to put the question mark in this sentence. But of course, for example, I am the principal investigator of the research project on emigration of Polish doctors, because we don't speak about the huge emigration from Poland or all Poles. Poles are different in all part of the societies, but still, for example, we have huge emigration of Polish doctors who decide, for example, to go to the United States. UK is not more attractive for Polish doctors, for example, but they try to find other places like Switzerland, like the United States, because still the work condition in such countries are quite much. The work conditions, employment conditions are better than in Poland. But for example, during our research, we conducted this research for last 3 years, and in our last phase of this research, the possibility of emigration of Polish doctors dropped about the 20% because we increased the wages, salaries for doctors. That's why maybe also in the next years, the motivation of emigration of Polish doctors will be much more smaller than today. It is another example that we should be perceived in our part of Europe as typical immigration country, not emigration anymore. But of course, still we have some part of societies, some part of occupations where still the emigration is bigger than in the huge society.
Many thanks for that. I know that Dr. Olszewski had one more question. Oh no, we have one here.
Yes, thank you very much. Very useful observations. It was great to hear that. I have two issues. One for Professor Schick from Hungary, because Viktor Orban has been positioning himself as this harsh leader on migration since 2015. He was the first one to build the fence. But also, I think recently there were some reports that actually Hungary is also, like Poland, as Professor Duszczyk mentioned, is actually having a quite liberal policies as regards, this labor migration. Can you confirm this, and how is this taken by the Hungarian society? What impact can it have? And the second thing is more open issue, but I think it relates to the recent phenomena, after the Russian aggression on Ukraine, there were cases of so-called Russlanddeutsche, so Russian Germans, protesting in the streets, voicing, so to say, their own political views and becoming very vocal, in harsh contrast to the official policies, foreign policies of Germany. Then you have, in the recent weeks, the case of Hamas, Palestinians, Arabs also being very present in the so to say, public space. My question is, because it very much influences the perception of migration, and the perceptions, of course, shape policies. So is this maybe, you as scholars, you might say that this is nothing new, and there were cases like this also in history. But if not, or maybe there were, but would you say that this might be a trend that will be developing, that exactly these different generations of migrants in Europe, but also elsewhere, will sort of, become more active, despite, they would not be that silent as those generations in the 1950s and 60s, and how will this play out in the future? Thank you.
We have one more minute, so unfortunately this has to be a quick answer. But first of all, our gentleman online, Professor Schick, I know you look as if you really want to answer that.
Okay,
49, 48.
Okay, the answer is no, it is not liberalism. It is a very strictly controlled, very harsh form of slavery from the Philippines. No, nothing liberal. Was it short?
You can say a couple more words if you'd like.
Are you sure? So if there is anything liberal in contemporary Hungary, it is that the government allowed almost 2,000 smugglers to leave the Hungarian prisons, because they claim that those smugglers are from abroad, and why should the Hungarian taxpayers pay for their staying in the Hungarian prison? So they just let them go. If you call it liberalism, then you're welcome. I don't think it is liberalism.
Okay, I'm really very sorry. We're going to have to wrap it up there. I'm very sorry we couldn't answer all of your questions, but hopefully after the session, you will be able to have a conversation with our amazing panelists right here. So I'd like to thank Dr. Bruzelius, Professor Leiner, Professor Schick, Professor Duszczyk, and last but not least, Professor Govelli for joining me here today. My name is John Beecham, and many thanks for joining me for this panel. And a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
And we wish you a very nice dinner.
Yes, yes, we
wish you a
do.
very nice dinner without us, unfortunately.
It's a real shame, but I'm sure we'll manage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the dinner, I would like to thank the keynote speaker who's not any more with us, Professor Christoph Rast, as well as the wonderful panelists and moderators of both debates. I think, I personally and probably all of us will have a lot of takeaways from those panels, and we will have a lot of thoughts to take back on our way to back home, on the return way, right? To use the word from the debate. Moreover, let me thank the co-organizer and partner, Deutsches Auswandererhaus Bremerhaven, its director Simone Blaszka, as well as Christoph Bongert. The debate could not take place without the financial support of the Bundesinstitut für Kultur und Geschichte des östlichen Europa in Oldenburg and the Polish Ministry of Culture and National Heritage. Many thanks go to the ENRS team that prepared the event. We would also we could also not watch and hear the debate without our interpreters and the team of the event stream. So thank you very much. And well, we will go to the dinner. So we will make a group and go through the museum probably. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you very much.